All right, so I'll call the meeting to order, and this is our first budget deliberation meeting. So we have a lot of information in front of us that we just received today. You can kind of feel the paper so a little warm, Kathy.
It is warm, yes. It's hot.
Excellent. So the plan is to go through each department kind of line by line, just because we have new council term, and there's some numbers in there that should be explained. For some. Deputy Mayor Hendricks and Councilor McKinnon kind of know why those numbers are like that, but for our new councillors, it's good to go through it line by line. Is there any declaration of current interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none. We do have one delegation for our budget meeting, and we'll jump right into it. And it's Nick Stockman, and it's regarding the council remuneration. Nick.
This is your copy. I can give you an e-copy if you want.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Nick Stockman, 3320 Mullaferry Drive. Thanks for the opportunity to make a presentation to Council regarding an aspect of the proposed budget. I had originally intended just to come and listen, but then heard from several people about the proposed significant changes to the council remuneration package. This was not something that, as a township resident and taxpayer, I could sit and watch without providing input. My discussion on the proposed remuneration package increase will be in two parts: the loss of the tax-free status on a third of the pay package, and the proposed increases in the total remuneration. Councils have, up until this year, received 1/3 of their remuneration as an expense allowance, which was not subject to income tax. That was removed this year. Thus, all the remuneration is subject to income tax, approximately 20% being the lowest tax bracket. The 2018 Adelaide Metcalfe councillor remuneration was $8,170. $2,723.33 was tax-free. The other $5,446.67 was taxed at the councillors' tax bracket when they filed their personal income tax return this year. Going forward, councillors will be paying $544.67 more personal income tax with the change. Take-home pay will change from $7,080.67 to $6,536. To offset that loss in net remuneration, the councillor would need an approximate 8.35% increase in total pay to $88.5220. This results in the same net remuneration of $7,081.76, all based on the 20% personal income tax bracket. Most reasonable people will have no issue with this, just replacing what another level of government is taking away. In previous years, council pay was also increased by the same incremental increases as staff, usually from 1.5% to 2%. So combining 8.35 plus 2, rounded to 11%, would be an acceptable increase. This would result in a councillor remuneration of $9,068.70, with a net take-home of $7,254.96 at the 20% income tax rate. The overall cost to the township for remuneration would change from $46,529 to $51,647.19, an increase of $5,118.19. The proposed council remuneration total from the January 21st, 2019 council meeting is $79,863.67. This is $28,216.48, an increase of 54.6% over the amount discussed just previously. This amount is arrived at by 1/3 increase in the 2018 base pay and a per meeting pay. My comments on these two issues. We have just discussed the loss of the tax-free status on 1/3 of the council remuneration and have shown what the increase would need to be to offset that loss. Why then the 1/3 increase? On a per meeting pay, be that in a job or in an elected office, we are expected to be there to do the work. We should not have to be quote unquote rewarded for coming to a meeting or coming to work. If these two items are a way to change the structure of and increase the overall remuneration for council members, the residents of the municipality should have had a say on this. At the start of the previous term of council, there was a proposal by a member of council to have the remuneration package increased above the normal amount. The reply by some on council was that if we wanted to do this, it should be a proposal put forth in the last year of the council term, and those that would seek re-election, could have that as part of their platform. Then the electorate would have the ability to say yes or no to the proposal by who was voted into office. If the majority of the elected had supported the increase, then it would become part of the council remuneration package. There was no mention of a change in council remuneration in council or in candidate campaign literature that I saw. Checking my notes from the all candidates meeting at the fire hall on September 19th, 2018, no candidate made any mention of wanting to look at a change in the council remuneration package. The incumbent members running for council would have known about the loss of the tax-free status on some of the remuneration package, but none mentioned that. It looks very opportunistic to tie the loss of the 1/3 tax-free status to a major remuneration increase. It has always been my thought that council members are here to serve the municipality and its residents for the good of all. This proposed remuneration increase looks more like self-service, what is good for the council members. There also seems to be a sense of entitlement that because I am, fill in the blank, whatever position, I deserve to be compensated accordingly. So we compare our remuneration package to those around us and select those that fit our agenda best. Based on the recent past, I would assume that township staff received the wage increase of from 1.5% to 2%. How can council look their staff in the eye and justify giving themselves a 54% increase while only giving staff 1.5% to 2%? Your comment may be that staff's pay package is significantly higher than council's. That is correct. Look at the actual dollars. The $28,216.48 increase to council remuneration is an average of $5,643.30 per council member. To achieve that same dollar amount increase for staff would equate to anywhere from a 5 to a 10% increase. Hard to justify, but so is the 54% to council. Council, by their decision, will dictate if a headline along the lines of Adelaide Metcalfe Council votes themselves 56% pay increase appears in the local papers, or if no headline appears. As a resident, taxpayer, and former elected representative of the township, I would hope that the decision made would result in no headline. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Is there any questions or comments from council members? Yep,
I have one question, Nick. Where did you get the $79,000 number?
That came from the January 21st budget, or the council meeting. It was in the agenda. It was part of Kathy's package.
So we have not voted for any increase in remuneration. It hasn't happened yet. And I do not see a $79,000 number here. That's very inflated from what I'm seeing here. So,
But to Nick's point, there was not something that the council had put forward. It was more like a dream list that was provided by the office, where it was pointed out that it was done in other municipalities. And then that's why we haven't agreed, Nick, because we're not all on the same page. So we may not between now and the end of the year as well. So yeah.
And that's why I brought it forward, because it's better to bring this forward before the vote is made on it than afterwards, and when the shit hits the fan.
I'd also like to make one comment, Nick, through there. To be very honest with you, I didn't even know what I get paid at this job when I decided to run. So that's another, so instantly you're told that you're going to take less than previous councils. Well, that has to actually be looked at, in my point of view, just to make a comment.
And in my presentation, I have no issue at all, and I don't think anybody in the municipality would have an issue at all covering that loss because of the government procedure.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, and so not to challenge you on your calculations, but I did, as you all know, I gave you similar calculations when we had the discussion. However, I took it a little bit differently in my calculation because I don't, I know what my marginal tax rate is, and I know how much I give to charity, and I know how I'm going to spend the money I get here, and that's my business. It's not anybody else's. So when I did the calculation, I actually went at the highest marginal tax rate, not to say I'm in that because I'm not going to say that, but I don't know what everyone else's marginal tax rate is. So in my calculation, it's very similar. However, I went with the marginal tax rate because I can't say that Betty Ann's not in a 42% tax bracket. Like, I don't know that, and it's none of my business. So anyway, I just want to go on record as saying that.
And I guess my comment in reply to that would be, should the municipality be paying compensation based on a higher personal tax bracket or not? And I'm not saying what's right or wrong, that's just a reply comment on that.
Well, and then, but conversely, I guess I would argue that do we take any marginal tax bracket in at all and say that these are all volunteer positions and we go from there? I don't know, it's a point of debate, that's all, yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we'll go through the budget. Kathy, you'd like to go through kind of department then?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to say that this budget has a lot of everything in it. We've had some discussions in the recent while based on the strategic plan and the direction to be taken. There is a lot of information here. I'm not expecting a lot of decisions today. There is a couple of decisions we would like to get, at least to get some direction from council so that we know what to do moving forward. So when we come back, we will have a more realistic number for council to consider. It's got a lot of extra information in here on things that we've discussed and how we should proceed to get these achieved in council's term. So the first page is just a summary, and all it does is just take all of the individual sheets and summarize it there at the end of at the totals. So it's hard to know what all that means until we go through the individual sheets. And this is the first draft. So the next draft will have page numbers and all of that stuff. Technically, I'm a little challenged sometimes doing this, so I'm going to rely on the financial assistant to put it all together in a better format for us. So the first section is the 5,000 department, which is the general municipal revenues. And what that is just revenue that comes into the township, and it's just to be used to offset taxation in general.
So sorry, is that like from the province?
Yes, it's part of it's the province. Okay. It's the tax, the supplementaries, the payment in lieu, includes the tax reductions and the penalty and interest that we take in on taxes.
Okay.
So it will be on one of these sheets, and it's the last column is their actual proposed budget.
Oh, sorry.
is our 2019 proposed budget. The column just next to the left of that is the actual to December 31st. It is subject to change based on the auditor's review. The auditors have not been in here yet. They're usually here to do a preliminary one in January, but the timing didn't work for them this year. So they will be here in early April. So towards the middle of April, we'll have some better idea of what numbers are going to be realistic for council from 2018. One of the highlights on the first page is the OMPF grant, and it's account number 505200, about the middle of the page. There has been no announcement yet from the province on what the actual 2019 grant is going to be. We did receive word that it's going to be similar to previous grants. If it stays true to our previous OMPF grant, we've been reduced 15% every year for the last 3 years. So the $602,800 does represent a 15% reduction from 2018 to 2019. Now, we're still waiting. We're hoping that it'll stay at the consistent amount and we will be back up to the $700,000 mark. But until that announcement's made, we don't know what the actual number is going to be. So with a 15% reduction is what would be targeted if they had not put a moratorium on it.
Okay, is there any other questions, or did you want to explain the other ones, Kathy?
The rest of the numbers are all just based on the actual taxes that go out and come in. We have supplementaries that are processed through MPAC, and they send them to us periodically throughout the year. We assess those out as quickly as possible. Some other highlights there, penalty and interest on taxes. It was a little bit higher. We do see that there was a little bit more arrears over 2018 from 2017. So we're hoping that it was just a one-off situation and that we get it cleared up.
So was that, what category was that more highly concentrated in? Was that like rural residential or commercial or just agriculture?
It's overall.
Or
We
just
don't have it. We don't split it out
Okay.
over each section. But it's just in general, we were holding more arrears over 2018 than 2017.
Deputy Hendricks?
Yeah, on the penalty and interest, it seems to me that when we look at the reports of things past due, that we're actually making some improvement on that. So my thoughts are, if we're receiving more, is that because we're getting more taxes caught up?
That's a different category. This is just
This
what
is
we
an
charge.
actual-
This is what we actually charge for those
This is
arrears.
the actual
This
charge.
is actually
Yeah,
at
this
the first
isn't
of
the
every month, the
recovery.
1.25% penalty and the 1.25%
Okay.
interest. This is actually what is charged over the year.
Okay.
So we do hold them longer. We are collecting in a better fashion and we're getting that caught up. But we are holding arrears a little bit longer in 2018
Okay.
than what we normally do.
Okay, any other questions on this department?
What's the Commonwealth grant?
That was a grant that was in place when we did the sewer treatment plant. We were able to get some Commonwealth money. It is now not in existence anymore. It's just the general ledger account that's been carried over.
Okay.
And it will be reused if there is another grant program that comes available. We'll just retitle it to a better name and use it for that purpose. The next section is the council department. As you will see, there is a proposed increase in the council salaries and wages at $62,000, and you will see the breakdown sheets that accompany it. Our general process with our budget is to provide you as much supplementary information for you to take home and review. If you look at the page that immediately follows that, I went through and reviewed council remuneration from a lot of municipalities in the area and actually went through and pulled out some of the approved bylaws that are out there so that we have a better understanding of what's actually in their bylaw. So the $62,000 being proposed for council remuneration consists of $20,000 for the mayor, the deputy mayor at $12,000, and it's to be maintained at 60% of the mayor's honorarium, and the council will pay at $10,000, which is 50% of the mayor's honorarium.
Sorry, where are these from, these numbers?
This is just based on our discussion.
Yeah,
When we
okay.
went through the packages, we went through several options, several models. There was some that were rejected. They said they were too high. So I took
Somewhere in
what
the
from
middle?
council's
Okay.
discussion and found a medium area that would work. So the honorarium, of course, once it's in place, it would follow along with the cost of living as approved for township employees. There's more additional information there, but basically when your honorarium is your pay for the year, unless there's other events that you go to, such as special meetings. If we have council special meetings, it's being suggested we have a rate of $150 for attendance at a special meeting or other meetings where minutes are taken. And if you also sit on any special or ad hoc committees or local boards of council where you're not reimbursed by the other boards, we will likely have a road tour this year, and there's also opportunities for you to attend workshops. So if it's training and you're going, then it should be approved by council, and that's how you get remunerated for attending. If we do have combined meetings, we don't very often do that. Our committee of adjustment is part of our regular council package, but just to be clear that you can claim for a separate meeting. If we have a special meeting in the morning and then we have a council meeting at night, that could be construed as 2 meetings, so it will be up to council to either claim for 2 or not. Or for the special meeting and not the regular meeting.
Is this what happens now or no?
This is from other municipalities.
But is this the practice like in the prior?
We have never given you any more for any special meetings,
Okay.
no.
Alright.
So, and we
Sorry.
have very few special meetings throughout a term of council, so. Usually a budget meeting, and then there could be potentially one other meeting. We've had only twice, we've had more than our regular meetings. If you receive compensation from a board or a committee that you're appointed to, then we're not paying you. You can't double dip, basically. If it is less than the $150 or whatever the meeting pay is established at, we will top you up so that you're not any less than what you are. And again, the onus is on the council member to submit their claims and to make sure that it's being reported. We do have an obligation under the Municipal Act to provide a statement to the public by March 31st annually of what your expenses were for the previous year. Mileage. So your mileage, right now no council member receives mileage except for if they're appointed to go to a function or an event. So what we're suggesting is that you get paid to attend your regular, special, or other meetings of council from your house to the office in return. And the mileage is paid at the township's current rate, which is 50 cents a kilometer. Conventions and seminars will be paid a conference per diem rate of $150 per day while attending full-day conventions, conferences, seminars, workshops, courses, as approved by council and they're for municipal purposes. And again, we will also pay for your travel, registration. We won't purchase any alcohol for you. We'll pay for your room and other incidentals. If you have any long distance charges for municipal business, if you can produce an invoice, we will reimburse you, as well as any parking, taxi service, anything that you need when you're at a conference or a convention. Let's see. So the rest of it is just fairly generic information, and you will be responsible to complete your meeting and mileage expense sheets and submit them on a regular basis so we can keep you up to date. So we will have those sheets at a meeting if that's how council chooses to proceed. And again, we'll just, any actual cost, provide us a receipt and we will reimburse you for conferences and training and seminars. So that's for council's consideration. The total value of the remuneration package would be $62,000. The mileage and travel, we've estimated at approximately $3,000. That's for everyone to travel from home to the council meeting, as well as a little bit of extra mileage if you have to attend a meeting or a function that is further than just to the office. We do have to pay benefits for you. We do have to meet the CPP obligations as well as pay for the employer health tax on your remuneration. We budgeted money for conferences and conventions. There's some training money. The training is up higher than it is, but that also includes, because just to show you what the special meetings could potentially end up being, the training includes some registration fees as well as 2 special meetings per council member for the year at the $150. Equipment purchases are your iPads, which were purchased and you have at your use. And then we will discuss the grants and donations shortly. The supplies include the business cards that were printed and any other miscellaneous supplies that any council member requires. We're getting you name tags, so you have those for your jackets and to have with you at events. And the transfer to reserve is for election purposes, and it's to ensure that we just don't have that spike for elections. So every year in the 3 years leading up to an election, we put a little bit of money in a reserve to help offset the cost of the reserve.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep, Councillor Clark.
So the grants and donations, why is that under council?
It has always just fallen under council. It should be moved over to administration because it's not really a council, it's just to continuity of our general ledger. So it's basically just for that purpose only. So that's where council needs to review and provide us with some direction. It is the next 2 pages. It outlines the 2019 council grants and donations. And it's a summary of what council has done over the last several years. There are some general ones between $100 and $200, which council has approved and has carried forward for the last number of years. As well as the last 2 years, we've donated $5,000 in each year to 4 counties health services and $16,600 to the Strathroy Middlesex General Hospital. And that's being recommended to be carried forward for 2019 if council so chooses. There is also, we received a request from Bert Byans for Team Canada Plowing for some support to attend the 2019 World Plowing Championships in Baudette, Minnesota in August. So we just need some direction from council at some point on what they want to do with grants and donations, as well as the specific donation for the Team Canada Plowing.
Councillor Clark.
So these donations to the 4 Counties Hospital and Strathroy Middlesex Hospital, are these apportionments that are being assessed to us, or these are pure donations?
Pure donations. There was a presentation in 2017 from Strathroy Middlesex Hospital Foundation in regards to some programming that they were doing, and some donation request was for $16,600. Council upheld that request, and what used to happen, it used to be $5,000 split between the 2 hospitals. Half of it would go to Strathroy, half of it went to 4 counties. When council made the decision to give the $16,000 to Strathroy, they also decided to give the full $5,000 to 4 counties to help offset that.
Okay, so you said they did a presentation in 2017 asking for 16.6, so they came and did the dance, and you said we'll give them 16.6, and then just as a matter of a budget item, it was just the same amount every year since?
It's only for 2 years now. We've done 2017, 2018, and I do believe that Strathroy Hospital is coming on your agenda shortly for a new presentation.
So
Councillor
this is just 2 years that we've done 16.
Yes.
Right,
Correct.
so was it a commitment that was made that you said we would participate for 2 years to cover the cost of that, or it was just a one-off?
Yeah.
They tapped, you gave, end of story?
Council, they did the presentation in 2017, and then council decided to put that in the budget, and then we looked at it in 2018, decided to put it in the budget. There's no commitment, it's just
Okay.
council's consideration each year.
So once again, we're just reviewing this, we're not approving it, correct?
No,
Okay.
no, it's just for your consideration.
Yeah, this
to
is
go
a hot
forward.
button for me, just so you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
No,
give you a
this
heads up.
is
Yeah.
just for council's consideration on what you want to do going forward, and just to let you know what we did in the past and what we're presenting for this year.
So Kathy, are you wanting to do discussion on each department as we go, or are you just wanting to present the entire thing?
I
or-
like discussion as we
Okay.
go, because I think it's
Oh,
more
sorry.
beneficial to
Okay.
talk
No.
a little bit as we
That's
go,
okay.
so we can get your feedback and work on it, as opposed to wait to the end and then try to go back to the page, because the
Oh,
pages get out of
okay.
order and they
Okay.
get complicated. So if we
Yeah.
want to do it as we go, then I
Okay.
think that's
So,
likely our best bet.
Okay,
so do you want to talk about the grants and donations first, or the council remuneration? I think those are the two what we're going to be talking about for council.
Doesn't matter, whatever you decide.
Well, we're currently on the donations, so we may as well continue with that one.
okay. So, I've talked to different ratepayers prior to being elected and since being elected, and we'll probably get to it somewhere in the budget here. And we did talk about a little bit of the strategic plan that you know, people wanna live in a community where the roads are good and they have, safety, and safety being they can walk down 81 highway or they can walk down Napperton and not be hit by a car. If anybody around here would like to make a donation, so that's why when I see it under council, if we are giving this donation, because we want our picture in the paper, write your own check and get your own picture, that's how I feel. I think people pay their taxes not for us to donate to the community, they're already donating themselves. And I feel very, very strongly about that, so.
Councilman Kinnan?
And I feel just the opposite. I feel that the hospitals need support, and some people can't afford it, but it's a small amount off of their tax portion that can be donated on their behalf. So whether it's the 16,600 or the 5,000, I'm not sure this year, but I'd like to hear the presentation from Fore County or Strathroy, Middlesex, because I know they are looking at purchasing equipment, as the hospital always is.
Councilor Brody?
My comment is, I because they've asked for it once, they're gonna continue to ask for a high amount, so, I mean, are we in a position to keep giving them more? I mean, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that as much either, to be very honest.
So I've spoken to other municipal or elected officials through other committees and things that I'm on, and there's one that's not too far from here. It's quite interesting. They got into quite a scrappy deal over this a few years ago, so they actually instituted a bylaw, and they have to, part of that bylaw, it's driven by an economic benefit, because as you noted on the next page of what you have there is, you know, you've got people coming and asking for money, and yet it's not on the budget, and they come and do a presentation to thank us, and then they drop the caveat that, you know, well, this is where I'm tapping next year too, right? So at the end of the day, if we had every kid in the community come here, are you going to give them all $100? So that's from that perspective, yeah.
Deputy Hendricks?
My feeling is, I'm not sure where I don't have a firm, I see both points of the hospital donations. It is a community service, and it's used by everybody in the community. I have a real problem with the contrast between what we give something like the VON compared to, I mean, if we're going to start accepting donations, we have kids in our community that are going to all kinds of international stuff. I know of a couple, and they should be going to things like the Optimist. That's what the Optimist Club is for. I'm not really comfortable having people come one by one to the township for those kind of grants. And it's really hard when you've got a kid sitting there to say no. It's just hard to do. And I think of something like the VON and the I don't know how much 4-H is still in I think there's still some, but $100 to the VON is really, given the age of our population out in the country, I think that's kind of sad compared to what we're giving elsewhere. So I'd sooner chop that list down and make it more useful. I don't know what $100 does for some of those groups. But I think there is a community aspect to a lot of it. CMHA too is something that is available to everybody in our municipality, and they need it.
And then if I could, I think there's some great examples of other municipalities that they go through a process where people apply for grants or they apply for the use of community hall or a park or whatever it would be. And I think obviously we're too late to be done to do it for this year, but I think in the future years, I think we should do a process where people apply. We have a certain dollar amount that we're wanting or willing to donate into the community or willing to have it so they can use the park for free. For example, the Optimist Club. That's something that the Optimist Club uses the park for the soccer tournament or the soccer program every Monday. That's something that I believe should be noted in here because that's a loss of rental use for that, but we're not actually showing it in the budget that we are allowing that that approval to happen. I agree with Deputy Mayor Hendricks that a lot of these, $100 or $200, it doesn't go that far. As well, this list, since I've been on council, has not changed. We've added on a few more, and since I've been on council, I'm very have a similar thought as Councillor Clark that if somebody's wanting to donate to these charities, that they should do that themselves. I also have a hard time with, for example, the Middlesex 4-H Association. So we're giving $100 to there, but there's also the Middlesex Junior Farmers. Very similar organization. It's for rural youth in the county, so why are we donating to one and not the other? The Middlesex Federation of Agriculture, very similar. That's actually a lobby group, but we're donating to them, but we're not donating to the Christian Farmers Union or the National Farmers Union. Is that the other one? NFU. So I have a hard time saying that these are the ones that we're donating to. We're not actually, we're not being equal to all of the different organizations that are within Adelaide Metcalfe and within the county. And then I've said before with both Strathmore Middlesex General Hospital and 4 counties, I have a very hard time donating a certain amount to one or not the other without knowing who is actually using those services as well. When you look at a hospital, it may be in our community, and those people may be employed and living in our community, but a hospital, just the same as a long-term care facility, people come from all over the place to go to those areas. I'm positive that anybody that lives in Adelaide Metcalfe does not say that they only go to Strathroy or only go to 4 counties. They can go to Victoria Hospital, they can go to St. Joe's, they can go to University Hospital and beyond. So I understand that hospitals, they do not get funding for equipment from the provincial government, and I understand that. However, kind of, echoing what Councillor Clark said, I have a hard time saying that, donating it on behalf of the public when individuals can do that themselves and benefit from a tax receipt from that donation. So, that's my sense.
If I can add, I didn't realize when Bert came and did his presentation after he went before, I didn't realize till we got the request that that's actually a Team Canada, and it's out of Calgary. So I don't know why they wouldn't just go and get a corporate sponsor, stick the logo on, and go with God. Like, I don't know why they're getting all this extra little stuff. So, yeah. But anyway.
Kathy, is there anything in there, the Adelaide School donated or wanted?
The letter hasn't come to council yet, so we haven't seen it come in yet,
okay.
So.
I just said to you,
Yeah.
just a second. Okay, is there any other?
Just saying that, like, where does this end?
Yeah.
We're not a charitable organization. We're trying to run a township. The Optimist Club or the Lions Club or they're the charitable donations. We should in turn be helping maybe just a club so they can help with this kind of stuff. I think we have to be careful here. This can just get more and more and more. That's really not what we were about.
So just to reiterate, so the one township I'm thinking, they actually have the bylaw, and there has to be an economic benefit. So for example, if the international plowing match was going to go in across the street, then maybe we would participate because they're just going to bring people into the community. They're likely going to go to 81 Highway. They're going to buy their lunch at Amy's. So there would be that sort of discussion around it. So, maybe that's something to consider also. So.
if you like, I can follow up on the bylaw and we can get a copy and we can have it for the next meeting. And
I'll tell you which township.
we can have that information and give council some idea of what other places do when it comes to donations and what policies they have in place in regards to that as well.
Okay. Okay, and then the next topic for this department was also the salaries and wages for council remuneration. Okay, there, just so you know, there is also a request from Adelaide School that was forwarded on to staff. It just doesn't make it to the budget, so we'll add that in. Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, the remuneration package was just based on what I gathered from council discussions previously and what council may be satisfied with. It is up for full debate and discussion, and if anyone has any concerns or questions, we should discuss them, or if you want to take it and have a review of it and think about it and come back at the next meeting and have a more in-depth discussion.
Councilor
I'll
Gordon?
take a couple.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. So my math here is basically, we're looking at a cost of about 33% higher just on base for the proposed budget. Correct? So that's lower than
The
what was
62,000
previously.
is just the base
Yes.
budget, just
So,
looking at your remuneration.
One comment of mine is I feel that isn't out of whack. I've looked at the other numbers of other councils. I'm very comfortable with that. Personally, I'm not very comfortable with mileage to just come to meetings and stuff like that. I mean, I don't think that's very necessary. I mean, that's part of the job in my mind. I mean, we all don't live very far. I think you're just adding more work for administrative, everything else. I mean, I'm always a keep it simple kind of guy, right? And, so looking at the enumeration, I don't have a problem with those numbers. I did feel it was low. We are going to get less money from previous councils because of the tax situation. That's very honestly. I mean, so do we walk in and do it for less than previous? I mean, we're not all here for the money. That's not what this is about. But nothing seems to go backwards in this world at all. So I mean, that's just the facts. But I don't like the part of getting paid for mileage stuff, and I'm even a little up in the air about the extra money for extra meetings. I mean, I believe that this is a job. Here's your remuneration. Call it a day, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, because people don't get paid to drive to work.
No.
I mean, that's, yeah. Every time I look at this, the numbers keep changing. Well, that's where I'm like, but maybe it's from the discussions that we keep.
Councilor McKinnon?
When I looked at the report that was given to us and looked at some of the comparators, I wasn't thinking that we were really being compared to something equal to, because some of the comparators had arenas and community centers and 3 ballparks and a lot more than what we have. So I just felt uncomfortable with comparing us to Southwest Middlesex or North Middlesex, because they have all those and we don't. So I'm just 10,000 I could live with. As Mike said, I think any extra meetings, whether it's 1 to 10, that should be covered in that base rate, and not an extra meeting. And the money to come to the mileage, if we're traveling to a seminar or going on a conference, I can see the mileage. I can agree to the per diem rate while you're at conferences, and the parking.
Where's that? Where's
The per diem on the conference.
oh, here, same thing. Okay.
Under conferences and seminars, 40.
So, and you've never got that before?
No, we have,
Oh,
that's been in place,
Okay, so
yes,
that's what I'm confused.
Yes.
It's all under the
It's always
same heading, that's why,
Yes.
okay.
yes,
It's
that
always
was,
been
that was always in place, and it's $150 per day, and it has been for quite a few years, so.
Okay, alright, so,
What was not in place before and what's being proposed is for special council meetings and that type of thing.
okay,
Or, for example, like the emergency management meeting, where it's some members of council on that committee and some members are not on that committee, and that type of thing. So it makes it so then if you're actually on that committee or that board or whatever it is, it makes it so then you're getting reimbursed for it instead of.
so just to clarify, so you get paid to go to conservation?
Yes,
Or-
$75.
And do they also pay you to go to the fair
Western
board?
Fair? No, that's
And then
volunteer.
you don't get paid to go to the blue water recycling? Okay. So why are some paid and some not, when they're, that's just how it works?
That's on their
Probably what they
board.
voted.
So that's on their
board.
That's their board.
Yeah,
That's their board. So, for example, in Southwest Middlesex, their board, their council member, when they attend St. Clair, they get the 75 that they get, but then they get topped up from Southwest Middlesex to what they should, what it would be, according to their council, as to what a meeting would be.
Oh, okay.
No, we get $75 per meeting on St. Clair and mileage, but I usually go with someone so they don't get charged the mileage.
But you get mileage to drive, cause Blue Water's way up there, isn't it? Like, do you go to
That's- I'm
Clinton
not
or-
on, I'm not on that board, I'm just a
Oh.
rep there, so I basically go at my own expense and time at this point.
Oh, okay.
And in my opinion, that needs to
That's,
change.
yeah, cause that's a long drive
that-
and,
yeah.
yeah.
I can agree with that.
So would that fall under, what would that fall under?
Special
Just a
meeting.
special meeting, I guess. Yeah, but just to come here to a council meeting, I don't think.
No, and the emergency management meetings, I don't think I've ever been at one that's more than 2 hours. Like, on a previous board I was on, we had a full day rate and a under 4 hours rate too, and we almost never have meetings that are over 4 hours.
And I would agree they're not long, but the difference is that somebody that has full-time employment that they have to take time off work
That's
to
right.
attend the meeting, it's different. Just like today, if somebody was working full-time, they'd have to take off the full day to attend this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of, I think that is something that you sign up for.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, yeah.
Right.
I think, to be
Dr.
fair,
Hendricks.
we did have a good slate of candidates. We actually had elections, but a lot of places aren't, and there will come a time when we will need to have employees that are not self-employed that will have a hard time getting here.
Well, depending on what your skill set is that you
Yeah.
want, right?
Yeah.
So, that could be.
Skill sets don't always get elected.
That's true.
Elected is a different ballgame than getting hired.
Mhm.
Well, I think you have to give your constituents a little more credit. I think they're getting a little more educated, that they make informed
Yes, a
decisions.
lot of them are, but
Yeah.
not all of them.
Well, okay, that's a different conversation.
Okay.
So just,
Any other discussion?
so just one comment then, so, well, on the right sheet here. So then there is things that can be dropped off from this budget number, right? Like
Correct.
mileage can go
Yeah.
down, back
Yes.
down to where, we're only $344 this year.
right,
So that's $700, right?
yes.
So no,
Training.
this can trim.
And the training
sure
will as
here.
well, so you're looking at
Yeah.
probably $4,000 to $5,000.
Yeah, and the
Now
iPads
that-
are one shot deal over a
Yes.
whole term, right? So that's, that brings it where the proposed budget for council won't be 33% higher. It's probably, might get down to only 15% higher, which is a very comfortable number in my mind.
And because mileage to meetings, for me, that would not be worth claiming.
No, it's not
A
even
couple of
worth-
bucks.
Not even worth the work to figure the number out, right?
I haven't looked at it since I moved.
Okay, so what direction have you received so far?
So we were happy with the honorarium. We will remove the meeting pay for extra special meetings. Do you want it? Do
Special
you want it
meetings
still
here.
for committee meetings when you're appointed to be a representative at a committee or a board? Do you want to retain that, because that way
Yes.
we're still compensating those people that have to attend a meeting. We also have the special times where we're a part of a quarter revision for a drainage. You do need to attend a meeting outside of our council meeting. You have to attend another meeting as if you're appointed to a quarter revision. So it would be something like those kind of special appointments by council remuneration for those meetings. So we'll narrow it down to be a little more specific to those. But there'll be no mileage other than for if you're attending a committee meeting or a meeting that you're appointed to go to, or a seminar or training.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I'm still not happy with these numbers here on the honorarium. So I'd have to go back. I didn't bring my notes. It's just that number keeps changing. Like it's been, not to pick on you, Curtis, but it's been higher on the other one, and then it was lower on a different one, and now we're here. Like, I don't know where we're at. I don't know if I took notes and had them with me.
Kathy, so how did you come up with those numbers?
I took what an average was. I took a look at what the discussion was, as well as what Southwest, North Middlesex, what those other municipalities paid, and came up with a number that seems to be kind of middle of the road for those municipalities, because there is additional work. The 2018 remuneration was $12,454, so it does give an increase of $7,000 and some dollars. So it recognizes the additional duties, and the mayor is required to attend other meetings outside of just our meetings. So sometimes we have ratepayer meetings or other types of things that the mayor has to handle on behalf of the municipalities. So taking into consideration some of those other duties that come along with it.
I
Councillor
just
Martin?
wanted to comment. I speaking of just in the mayor's chair, to be paid less than councillors of other townships, to me, it's not really very correct. So there is an increase here, but I mean, I think we've done a very good diligence job of looking at other numbers. We're not trying to be well above anybody else. I think we're being fairly realistic on cost increase.
So that's a 35% increase, is that right? So that's your third, is that kind of?
Basically, I was about 34%. But in turn, I think if we trim some of the other stuff that's proposed, the total number
It gets the total down.
the total number to the increase in council budget expense will probably not hit 20%, I wouldn't think.
And I think at the end of the day, if you look at what it previously was for all council members, you can't really compare it to what it was, because I don't think it was actually in comparison to the responsibilities that council members have. So it's hard to look at what it was in the previous council terms and then to what it should be, because when we're doing a whole review of everything, it's hard to say, yes, it's an increase, but it wasn't looked at other than doing a percentage increase in the last number of years. Because we're not looking at, there's a big difference in a council, councillors, deputy mayor, and mayor, the responsibility of council compared to now, compared to when the amalgamation was in 2001.
So and that all it's been is like 2% each year, is that kind of what it was prior to?
Yes,
Or
whatever the
the
cost of
COLA,
living,
whatever
yes, whatever the
COLA
cost of
was.
living was
Yeah.
as well. And the percentages maintained between, I established what I thought the councillor pay should be, and then the percentages are based on the comparator municipalities and the basic differences that they have between the mayor and the deputy mayor and the mayor and the councillor, and that's how those percentages were gathered based on our comparator municipalities that were on your report.
So
Sorry, I'm
Kathy,
not trying to pick, I'm just trying to understand. Okay.
Kathy, reading what you wrote here beside the deputy mayor and councillor, going to be to maintain 60% of the mayor, to maintain 50% of the mayor. So when we're looking at the increases, say in 2020, 21, and 22, we're looking at the increase of the cost of living. Is that based on councillor? Or I just want to make sure that, say, next year we're not doing a spread further and further apart in the future years.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's your question? You
So what
want
I'm
to know
saying
if
is
COLA-
that, so in 2020, so say we approve this So in 2020, when we do the cost of living, say it's 2%, is it just 2% on the 20,000, 12,000, and 10,000? Or is it 2% on, say, the 20,000, and then it's maintained at 60% and 50% of the mayor's wage compared to deputy mayor and councillor?
Well, it will be. They'll be proportional.
I guess so.
Yeah, they should,
They should. It's just
in
the
theory, it
first.
should work out if you maintain that, so it's always 60%. When you do your increases, it should work out.
Because when you do
60% times 2%. That's the way math works. So it just
no, but there's a spread next year it works, but then it spreads further apart.
no. Well, it'll spread further apart.
It should
Yeah.
maintain over time.
Okay.
Yeah, it should. And if it doesn't, then what we can do, we
It
can
doesn't
either
do that?
do.
Or my head's
We
just
can
messed up
do,
in math
well,
right
we can
now.
do one or the other, whatever council wants to do, or we can leave it at the 20,000 and not have a cost of living, or we can just look at it every year. Whichever,
Sorry, I was.
yeah, we can do the, if you wanna be maintained at the 60%, then that, or 50%, then we can do that and just adjust the councillor wage and move it upwards through the.
I guess
I'm
I'm fine with
confused,
it.
I don't know.
I'm sorry,
We're a 4-year
yeah.
term. Let's keep it simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, just,
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're starting with hard hairs here and starting to drag, so I think we should move on.
That's fine. Okay, is there anything else other than so it's the special meeting rate will be for the actual special council meetings will be removed, and then the mileage for going to council meetings will be removed.
Correct.
yeah, you shouldn't be getting paid to
Yeah.
come to a meeting and getting paid an honorarium too. Like I know on my phone I answer questions every day, but that's what we signed up for.
Yeah. Okay, is there anything else for the council department? Seeing none.
So when there was, you're not paying for cell phones and all that.
No.
Remember that came up, yeah, that's when,
So, Kathy, when we go through this, are you wanting to have motions as we go, and then that way it can be in there?
I think it should all be
No,
approved that way.
I think, I think you need to see it
That's
as
fine.
it's written,
Yeah.
to make sure that it's exactly what you want, so.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'd
Now
like to
that
make
we
sure
have-
we're gonna be about
We're just trying to
20%
get
maybe here.
what we're looking at
Yeah.
and make sure that you're comfortable with the number as the final number stands, or the most adjusted number is.
Yeah, because I've got $100 to spend, and you're asking me to spend it on the first page, and I got nothing, there's no gas in the
Yeah.
tank at the end, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, on to the administration.
Administration. So, we don't ever know what our revenue are gonna be. Tax certificates comes in. The grants other, it's 16,000 from 2018. That is the aggregate resources grant. And it just comes in annually. We never know what it's based on, what the aggregates that go out of the municipality through the program, and we just get that money, we just get a check every year and we just deposit it. We don't know what it's going to be.
But that's been a pretty steady number.
Last year was the highest it's been in a long time. It's usually around 7,000 or 8,000. So 16,000 was a windfall. We did receive a donation in 2018, which I'm going to ask council in the next meeting to transfer that over to a reserve. It is for the purchase of defibrillators, and it was donated by Marilyn Buttry to ensure that the $4,500. So we will have some money to spend on a defibrillator at a location of council's choosing, or two if we're fortunate enough to be able to get more. Interest is the interest in our bank account and our investments, and you will receive an investment policy to review at the next council meeting, and there's some options out there that council should be considering, and we may opt into special programs for municipalities. The transfers from reserves represent the $16,000 for, part of it is for the report from Mr. Galloway in regards to salary and wage grid, which the council received, as well as the purchase of the photocopier, which took place in 2018.
But we're still 10,000 below our number.
Yes, we're budgeting just slightly less. We're not going to bring it. We didn't need as much. The in from reserves, we didn't have to bring in the full amount. We had 15,000 set aside for the wage and salary grid report, but it only came in about half that. So we were fortunate that way. It was a little bit less. So on the expense side for 2019, There's not a lot of surprises there. It's pretty steady. Our computer support is up a little bit. That's in regards to the additional software and some of the firewall protection that we brought in through the county, and we're paying for our hardware and software protection just to make sure we're covered. We shouldn't have any breaches, and we'll be fully covered. I've reduced the amount put aside for legal, using the county barristers and solicitors office has shown a significant savings as opposed to always having it outsourced to an independent firm. We do have Annalie Baruti as our solicitor appointed, as well as the Middlesex County Barristers and Solicitors group. Audit and accounting, 2018 audit will be completed this year, and it is the last year of the current appointment for our auditors, so you will see tenders go out later this year for the 2019 and forward auditing services. When you look at capital purchases, it is an alarming number at $237,200. And if you flip over to a second page, it's the 2019 capital budget, and it shows how that $237,000 is being spent. We do need to continue with our computer replacement program. 6 complete through the county IT department. We would pay $7,200 approximately to have all the remaining 6 units, which is a station which includes the battery backup, the computer unit, monitor, a monitor stand, and the keyboard, as well as warranty for each unit. So they're approximately $1,200 for each one at each station. So that's $7,200. Our website does need some redesign. The county IT department can assist us with that, and will take the lead to provide us some assistance. And they have provided an estimate of $25,000 to have it redesigned. We have purchased 1 height adjustable workstation, and it's being recommended that we look at all the desks for the administration staff. They spend a lot of time sitting at their desks, so having the option to be able to raise their desk and work standing is a good improvement. And an accessibility improvement would be a lift of some sort, and that's just to provide access from upstairs to the basement. Now that's not something that's mandatory at this point in time. It's just in there for council's advisement that at some point, as long as we have a 2-level building, we're going to have access, because we're discriminating against anyone who can't get down the stairs.
Okay, Councilor McKenna?
When you say it's a lift, are you talking about a chair rail going down?
No, like an actual elevator wheelchair.
Two-story elevator?
Yes. Yeah, the wheelchair ones, I don't know if it would, or the lift on our stairs, I don't know if it would work on our stairs because it's so steep. So I have concerns that it would not be functional there, so we would look at some sort of lift system.
Councilor Clark?
So you mentioned $25,000 allocated to beefing up the website?
To revamping the entire website.
Okay,
yes.
so has there been any consideration given to a co-op student, or to get that cost down? That sounds like a lot of money.
Sounds like a lot of money. The problem we run into is the consistency. A co-op student designing it and then going away and then maintaining it. The county has provided this service to other municipalities. If you check some other websites from local municipalities, they integrate not only what we want on there, but also the e-agenda program, so that the agenda shows up in a little better format than what it currently does on ours.
So are we not already paying for that though, somewhere else?
Our website?
No, like the e-agenda and all that.
No, there's no cost to the municipality for the e-agenda.
So then why would we start paying for it?
This is just to redesign our website. It isn't a very user-friendly website.
No, it's not.
It is very difficult to navigate at times, so we're trying to get it so that it's a little more user-friendly. We have people call all the time and say, "I can't find your zoning bylaw. I can't find this." It's not a good format.
So another group I'm involved with, we on contract basis we bring people in, and usually we run it through on a grant, and it's nowhere near that expense. So I don't know, because are you, like, they're gonna continuously monitor this and upgrade it and change it, and so it's like you've got a paid employee for the year, so every time you want something changed with the website, they're gonna jump on that?
No, it will eventually go back to the clerk who maintains our website now. It's just to design it in a better format than what it currently is.
Well, I think we need to explore other ways to make that happen that are more cost effective. Because there are things out there. Go ahead.
If
Go
I
ahead,
can,
Jennifer.
through the mayor, our website isn't 100% accessible right now, so in order to be accessible by 2021 to meet the accessibility standards, if we have county IT look after it, because they're already adverse in it, that's where we're coming from with the 25,000 for the website design. It's quite costly just to be accessible, because right now, if you were to go on your iPad or on your phone through our website, it's difficult to get the agenda just
Very
on
much
how
so.
it's designed right now.
And the videos.
Yeah, so we're hoping that with IT, because they already have that expertise in the, I think it's WCAG 3.0, they'll be able to hook us up so that we're completely in compliance with accessibility standards. That's the main issue with our website. So
Councillor,
having,
go.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So with having a co-op student, it's kind of difficult to know if they're adversed in the accessibility standards.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a co-op student. It could
No.
be an individual that's looking for a 6-month contract or something like that. So
Councillor Brody?
Just a comment on that. My problem with something like that is, then we're different than, is there a county standard? I mean, that's, if everybody
Everybody
around,
uses it.
and everybody uses it, I know with, I'm just gonna say hockey, but they've got all the places around have the exact same control. Same system, same everything is the same. You know, if you start doing piece here, we could be out of date in another year, or a co-op student doesn't do it right, it might not, I mean, we could be into more expense. Yeah, that may seem high, but it could be worse.
So how is it that the other municipalities, like if you go into Park Hill, it's very easy to use? So how come theirs is easy to use and ours isn't if we're already all still part of the county, or am I missing something?
The county hasn't designed our original website. It was designed through iCompass, which provides our support. So what we're proposing is to move away from the iCompass format and use the county format instead.
Okay, and do you know if the surrounding municipalities whose are easy to use are using the county right now? They are?
Yes.
Okay.
North Middlesex, Southwest Middlesex,
Because North Middlesex is very
Center.
good. That one's very good to use.
Yep.
Okay, all right, I stand corrected then.
Yeah, it's just that when we had individuals,
I
like
just need to
iCompass,
understand
yeah,
that.
iCompass came in and worked through the process, and then they maybe it virtually have disappeared. So anytime there's a problem, it's a 2 to 3 day lag to get through to them, and so we want to avoid that problem. So working with the county and the county IT department, they have that person on staff now, and they are available to help us with our website redesign.
So is that like a flat fee, or is it based on, is that just an estimate, a guesstimate, or a quote, or how do you come up with that?
That is an
number?
estimate from the county IT department,
Okay, so
from the
that
head of
could
the
change.
IT.
That could change.
That is his best estimate
That's
for
best?
us.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Kathy, just to be sure, the county is designing the website, or are they giving just the quote for how much they think it'll be?
I believe they have a person on staff that does it. Ryan, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah, they have a website designer on place.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Brody?
Just comment on the accessibility lift. I think that's a number we need to look at, if we're gonna make improvements to this whole building. I mean, we haven't spent money here, and I'm not sure, but I'm assuming a long, long time. I think that there needs to be looked at a whole bigger picture than just one item. I mean, I don't think you should just go ahead with, we need to look at it bigger. If we're gonna redo something here, I think that needs to be looked at.
Well, because is there a chance to repair the flooding outside? Like, do we need to redo tiling around the building, or I'm just making this up, but that sort of thing?
And if I may, we put it in there because it also alludes to some other decisions you're going to make in regards to a hub and what you want to do in Kerwood and what you want to do. So you have to bear in mind that even if we build something new, depending on what you build, there's going to be money that's going to need to be spent at some other time in anything that's existing as well. So there's the dual consideration there.
Superintendent Hendricks?
Yeah, and I'm assuming you got that number quoting, or you,
Calling around other municipalities that have gone through similar
okay,
processes,
because,
yes.
because that goes a long way towards other things, and I've heard people say, just fix that building, don't move it, but you can do a lot of building for that kind of money. It's not that easy to stick a
Sorry, which number are you on? When
the
you're
200,000.
200 for the
Oh,
accessible
accessibility.
lift.
Yeah.
I think we have to look at a bigger picture with that.
Yes,
with that.
yeah, it is a bigger picture item, but it's something that, we wanted to put in there to make council aware that this is something that we have to consider, when you go to do another building or whatever you decide to do going forward, that those expenses are going to be there and we're going to have to do that at some point in time.
I think get one more page. Oh, I missed it. Councillor McKinnon?
And with accessibility, are there grants that we can be looking at?
Yes, we would investigate the grants. There's enabling grants that are federal, and there's a few provincial grants, but we would definitely look into grants programs. But at this point, we're not sure what is going to be in place with an election coming up in the fall. So.
Councillor Clark?
So, question, so that there is a wheel, like, you can access in the front, correct?
Yes.
So, the purpose of putting this lift in would be if you had an employee that had to get down to the basement, or if you had a public event that you had to have a person there. Otherwise, they can use this. So is it actually absolutely mandatory that we have this lift? Or it's just for consideration?
It's for consideration. It is a human rights issue because we have downstairs our records management. We have the lunchroom, the staff lunchroom. We discriminate by not, if someone's part of their job is to be downstairs and obtain records and they can't get down there, we would be discriminating against them.
But I don't.
Okay,
think-
so maybe you
I don't
could
think we have that
rejig.
issue, so I mean.
Yeah,
let's
but
spend
you could
money
rejig the building too, to, you know, do something else.
And that's where we're
Okay.
saying that there's money that, it was not necessarily a lift that has to happen, but there are other options that are there. So, yeah, it's just, it needs to be in council's mind that accessibility is
It's on.
is
the radar.
important, and it is something that we have to be aware of, that people can access all areas of the building when they're an employee. We can't.
So
do-
by 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor McKinnon?
And if you're looking at accessibility, it could be just a matter of tar and chipping the parking lot that they could enter in the bottom.
No, but she's saying that they can't
They
get
can
upstairs.
shut it
If we
Part of their
would
job
be
is to-
unable to say to an employee, you have to exit the building, get in your
Yeah.
car, drive around to that side, and then go in the building, and then get in your car and come back. That would be discrimination. And
What are they
we couldn't
working on?
ask an employee to do that. And that's what a lot of the accessibility is making sure that your employees are accommodated if necessary. But we're unfortunately held to an extra standard, and by 2021, we're going to have to make sure that we are able to accommodate employees.
And that computer replacement, that was the quote from
That's through the county, yes.
Yeah, so more
Yes.
cost effective.
Yes, they get the bargaining through the Ontario government rates, so we tag along with them and have them do it. And they provide all of the support, the setup, and the support as well, so.
Is there any other questions for the administration budget at all?
I'm sure I'll have some later.
Excellent.
The next is the fire budget. This is based on numbers that were provided by the fire chief. If he has anything he would like to point out there, it seems fairly straightforward. Every year we transfer $40,000 to reserve. We do have 2 trucks that will be coming up in 2025 and 2027 for replacement. You will see your long-range forecast coming up to council as part of our asset management program.
Did I miss this? We're not there yet.
Oh, I just put that in for information. Sorry,
Because those are
there's-
fixed costs.
they're
right?
fixed costs,
Yeah,
and
so
it's just for
there's not-
information when you see the lump sum of 4,500. It's just to give you for your memberships and how we go about it, what organizations we belong to as, and you're entitled to the information from AMO and Big Roads, and we take advantage of what else gets sent out from the clerks and treasurers, the Municipal Finance Officers Association, and the Tax Collectors Association is OMTRA.
Okay.
And also to note on that one, the Middlesex Municipal Association, Adelaide Metcalfe is hosting their event this year.
Yes,
Municipal Day.
When's that?
it's usually towards the end of April.
Where is it?
We're still working on things.
Details to be finalized, to be determined.
So do you need, is there a budget piece around that, or that was approved last year, or If you're the host, there's gonna be expense.
Yes.
So where does that fall in the budget?
It's paid through the municipal association.
They pay it? Right in.
We're responsible for the programming part of it and the details on where and the programming, but they look after
The
the cost for it, yes.
And that's all done through the membership that
That way
everybody
everybody
pays.
pays. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Sorry, just wanted to clarify.
Councillor Brody?
So, Aaron, I'll just add, that this training number budget, that's all the stuff that's going on now, right? That's mandatory.
Yes,
Yeah.
so,
On the fire budget, under the second page, 62108220 training. At the top, second line at the top.
yeah, so the training that we do now, so there's, that affects two lines in the budget. One is training, one is wages. So we have 2 firefighters taking the NLPA 1001 courses, which is 150 hours, and then, so there's the fee for the training, which is under training, which is $1,200 per firefighter, and then we gotta reimburse them for their time, which, 150 hours, so, I'm throwing a figure out there, $20 an hour, so $3,000 per times 3 is $9,000, so that's the increases in the wages and in the training. And the rest is basically all operational.
So then this salaries and wages of 171,000, what's at the top, what's that made up of?
That includes the entire department wages.
Okay, so that's your volunteer firemen, their
Correct.
T4
That's
or
their
whatever.
honorarium,
Honorarium,
their
okay.
remuneration, I guess it's called, as well as the chief and the deputy chief.
So their remuneration as well.
Yes.
And their training pay.
Yes.
Oh, it's in there too, in
Yes.
that number? Okay, thanks.
How
And
do-
you're, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're happy with your budget here, like you don't need any more training, anything new that's,
No.
or you're good, safe in reserves and all that kind of, equipment's good.
Yes, the reserves, well, we're gonna get to that, right? So we've been putting $40,000 into reserves for the last number of years. We may have to look at that at some point, but no, after that.
Yeah, no, that's why it was new to me, so I just wanna make sure, that's good there.
Yeah, Councillor Clark?
So, there was, is this in camera if I ask about support staff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, cancel that. That would be an in-camera question. Okay, sorry.
Okay, any other questions for the fire department budget? I just had one. I'm just, in the previous budgets for the salary and wages, did we have a dollar amount in there for training?
No.
Okay.
Training,
And
But
how,
you should,
yeah.
like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and then how did we determine the dollar amount, I guess, for training, for reimbursement?
for training, it's so much an hour. It was $15 an hour, we upped it up to $20 an hour last year. And last year we didn't have a lot of training, so I should explain that a little bit better, because the monthly training that we do in-house at the fire hall, that's all included in their annual remuneration.
Okay.
It's any training they do outside,
Like going to a course or something.
going to a course
Okay.
somewhere. So they're paid extra for that. And in the past, that's been in the training line. But now it's all under wages and salaries.
Okay. Is there any other questions at all? Anything else you want to explain, Chief Mordahl?
What about, are these numbers realistic for the repairs on the, like going forward on the equipment and the vehicles and all of that?
Yes, and there's a few increases, repairs, a little bit up there. I don't foresee any big expenses there.
Okay.
No, they're all in good shape. Now, having said that, two of them are getting older, so we don't know,
But that's hence why we have our reserves topped out, so it's.
yeah.
Was there any grant or anything through the Ford government for your radio, or was that only OPP stuff?
It's still in the works, and I can't see it going anything further than OPP, because that's billions of dollars even for the OPP,
Yeah.
so,
Okay. Just thought I'd ask, thanks.
yeah. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere fast.
And the grass cutting, that's pulled out of our, the tender, is that the portion part of that? Okay.
And again, that's an estimate, I'm not sure
Right.
until we will get better numbers. It closes on the 14th and will be returned to council on the 18th for a decision, so that is subject to change based on whatever the tenders return at, so.
Is there any other questions for the fire department?
Not at this time.
The next department is policing. As we know, our policing costs did increase for 2019 to $423,444. In 2018, we did receive our full policing grant. It just came in at the end of the year, and it hasn't been pulled back to reflect into 2018. Not expecting that we're going to get much of a grant going forward. It was on hold for some time, and they have released 2018s, but I'm pretty sure that 2019 we're not going to see any refunds for grants for the transfer of services, inmates, and that kind of stuff is what that grant's for. So it'll be a straight $423,444.
It's a 5% increase, isn't
Yes.
it?
Now, we will see a reconciliation, but reconciliations don't occur until 2 years after the end of the year. So what happens in 2 years, we're never sure. With the way everything's changed and everything being pulled back, it could be that we don't see any more reconciliations either, so.
I just
And their
hope
new-
we all feel 5%
And
safer.
their new contract may change the numbers anyway, then they don't have the full
I've
effect.
heard there's going to be some pullback.
Yes.
Okay,
Next department is 6230, which is the conservations. We are levied through both the St. Clair Conservation and the Asaba Bayfield Conservation Authorities. The total for 2019 is budgeted at $46,800, and there is an attachment there that shows the breakdown between the two conservation authorities. I believe you received a copy of the budgets in December from each of them, so if you would like additional copies, you can let me know and we can pull those out. Next department is the building inspection department. Again, it's hard to estimate what the revenues are going to be because we're never sure what the building is going to happen. 2018 ended up being a better year than we had anticipated at the beginning of the year, and we did pull in quite a bit of building fees there. Some of that will be pulled out though because it's for the 2941 Mapperton, which is the proposed greenhouse. They have to pay their entire fee. Council has an agreement with the owner. She wanted an advance on her building permit so she could get started prior to the winter to get the posts in the ground. So part of that fee will be pulled out and applied to 2019 when the actual final building permit should be issued. It would be, I think their permit was 60,000 to that effect. So we are expecting that this year it seems to be another good year for building. There's been a lot of inquiries and some big barns being proposed for the area, so we're hoping that $90,000 in permit fees can be collected over the year. In regards to the budget, it's just fairly straightforward. There was a new truck purchased in 2018 for the department, so we won't have a lot in vehicle maintenance, just some routine work to be done. Not a lot of extra expense through the building department. We do budget for a little bit in contracted services. You'll see we used a little bit in 2018, and that sometimes the building inspector needs to refer out engineering plans to for additional comment, or if we need to secure some other coverage for his time off.
Councillor Clark.
So 2 questions. So the first one, under the revenue line, under other municipalities, does our building inspector, like let's say the town of Stratford wants to put an addition on their municipal office, so they can't use their own because it would be a conflict, so they No. use ours, or that's not No, how that works? they can still do their own.
They can.
Yeah.
So what would that?
That is just,
be
it's
able
just
to
a carry forward, it's just a standard across our GL, in case we do have any situation, but you'll see that is repeated from building and drainage, and it's just a GL account. It's not necessary that we collect from other
do? Right,
municipalities.
so if.
At one point years ago, we provided services to
That's what
Southwest,
it is now.
so that was the recovery mechanism there, and we've just kept that GL account just in case.
So if for some reason a surrounding municipality didn't have a building inspector and we assessed them, that would show up
Right.
under there?
Correct.
Okay, that's question number 1. Question number 2, I'm assuming Jeff put this budget together. No, I'm good, sorry.
Is there any other questions for the building department?
Next department is 6250 Animal Control, which is our dog tags and our dog contractor. So far, we have a contract with Vicki Kyle from the Blanco Animal Shelter. We are in good shape in that our licenses and permits assessed do cover the cost of collecting those licenses and permits, as well as the monthly animal control that's there. The $500 is for purchase of the tagging books, as well as the actual tags for the dogs.
Deputy Hendricks.
I'm just wondering about the cost and how many dogs this is actually tagging.
Well, look at your revenue. How much?
Yeah,
is
but
it
I
for
don't know
tags?
how much it is per dog, cause I don't have one.
I don't even.
Yeah, it's
So-
25 for the first dog, 35 for the second dog, in addition to the first dog, and then it's $45 for any dog over 2.
2 years old or over the number 2?
Number
Okay.
2. You're allowed to have 2 dogs
Limited to
generally,
2.
but some people have more than that, so it's based on
We're talking
that.
So that's a lot of dogs
Mhm.
Yes.
for 15,000.
Yes.
So and does she provide a quote for that, or this is a loaded question? I already know the answer.
It is a percentage
Yeah.
of the tags collected, and that's been by agreement.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Sort of a deal.
Yes, it is by percentage of the tags collected, and
That covers
HSC,
your expenses
and
too.
it covers her expenses.
That's a lot of dogs, eh?
Well, I know they're here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they
After you drive around the roads,
Yeah.
there
Did we
are
not
that many
brief
dogs
for
here.
the cats in Kerwin under this one?
we've talked about cats.
Yeah, we talked about it. But a new council, we can talk about
We
it
can talk
again.
about it again, yes. Yeah, but they do once through the municipality at every residence and make sure that there's dogs there, and we do have a list that we generate from year to year so that they make sure they go to each place. The onus is on the property owner to let us know if they don't have a dog anymore, so when they attend at their property, they don't have a dog and they're not home, they get a notice, and they have so many days to respond to us and let us know. Next department is 6260, the livestock, and this is where the valuers come into play. In 2018, we actually had 3 claims, which totaled $1,589.90. And that we received that directly from the province. They assess the amounts now. The valuator does not do that. It comes from the province based on their schedules. We do pay our valuator to attend. He did have to make a couple of trips to a couple of different places just to get the documentation in place. There is additional requirements under the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program that he had to do. And we do receive $30 for each claim from the province. So we don't estimate, we don't know how many claims are going to be and what the cost is going to be, but it's a direct recovery. We do expense something for his time as well as any supplies and anything he may need during the year to carry out his duties.
Were there any complaints around the process? Did they have any difficulty submitting those claims
No.
that you're aware of?
No,
Okay.
not that I'm aware of. Actually, the process was fairly straightforward. It's all electronic now. It's all sent in through the office, and you have to email it in, and we get a response immediately when they receive it. So.
Because I was at Queen's Park yesterday, and that was quite a conversation with the Deputy Finance Minister, because they're boasting that the process has improved, but there was people in the audience that said otherwise. So I just wondered how, if we're having challenges with our group.
The challenge was getting the money from the province back.
Yeah.
That seems to be where the lag time still exists. We submitted a claim in June, and we received the money in October, I believe, October, November. So that still exists as a challenge, but as far as the process is, it is a much better process.
They're planning that you're going to get paid sooner. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. 6270 is the provincial offenses. Again, this is something that is through agreement through the county. We receive the benefit of all of the fees and charges collected through the county court system, and we are apportioned an amount on an annual basis.
Who decides that amount?
It's through agreement between the province and the county, and
Okay, they set that?
yes,
Okay.
yes. I was going to say, we would like to skip roadways and do that after lunch, and maybe do the rest of the, just after 11:30, So if we would like to, we'll skip over the roads, because that's going to be a lot of the discussion.
Boy, you must have got your tap shoes, eh?
Just done a lot of work. So the next section will start at 6420 Highway 81 sewers.
Is this all Jeff?
Yes.
It goes really far down.
Wow,
He's really
Jeff,
far down.
You're the big one here.
Yeah, he's the
I
big
figure we
one.
don't have 25 minutes to get through it all.
No, I don't think he'll. I think he'll take a little longer than 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Sorry for that. I'll highlight that one.
So this piece should.
That goes with Jeff's report.
Oh, that's for Jeff. Oh,
That's
okay.
still, yep.
You got all the hot buttons.
You got all the fun times. Yes. So the Highway 81 sewers, this is the agreement we have with Strathroy-Caradoc to provide sewers to the Highway 81 area, specific corridor. There is some more additional work to come on this. The capital improvements for 2018, we've just received those about a week ago, and the estimate for 2019. So there is some discussion that has to happen. I will be talking to Strathroy-Caradoc on Friday in regards to the charges that they have submitted. So the Highway 81 sewers is not complete. I do believe that there will be the capital improvements that are estimated there may need to increase based on the discussions on Friday. So that will be subject to review and further information to you in the next round of discussions.
Is there any questions on that?
So I think it probably needs a little more information, so I will do a more wholesome report on what we do with the money and how it comes in, and how the whole system came into existence, and to understand what the agreement says and what we're obligated to do and what they're obligated to do.
Yeah, because I'd like to know what that agreement looks
Yes.
like with Strathroy. Like, I'd actually like to visually
Yes.
view it, if that's okay.
Yes.
Just so I have an understanding of it and what it covers.
Councillor McKinnon?
And Kathy, going forward, that was to come up in April, was it not? Our meeting with Strathroy to review that agreement?
We're meeting to discuss it on Friday, to begin discussions on that.
Well, it expired in December, didn't it?
Yes.
In October.
Or October,
Yeah,
sorry.
so we extended it, so we're meeting
Extended
on
it to
Friday,
April.
so we'll hopefully have a better understanding of what the expectations are after that.
So is that a negotiation process, or is they just tell you what they're what they're assessing us?
Right now, they've just been assessing us, so
Okay.
we need to get a little more negotiations, so.
Okay.
Councillor McKinnon?
And through you, Curtis, to Kathy, it may be helpful for the new members of council to see the OMB direction given to.
Yes, and that's part of the package that I'll pull together for council, so that they're up to date on it, so. 6425 is the Kerwood wastewater or sewer treatment plant. We refer to it as a wastewater plant because our certificate of approval calls it a wastewater plant, so and that's why we use the term wastewater, just to recognize it as part of our compliance. We do add to the tax bills annually a debenture amount on behalf of the ratepayers that chose to debenture their payment. It is a 20-year debenture, and it's $46,460. So we add that to their tax bill, and they pay us, and we remit the money to it's through OCFA, so Infrastructure Ontario is where the grant comes from. It was to be able to get a long-term loan at a good price. So that's what that is, a debenture that's added on behalf of the ratepayers. The other one is $36,450. That's the amount we take in sewer revenue, which is the operational side of the Kerwood treatment plant. And that's to recognize that it has to be a user pay system, so those that benefit from the system should be paying for the system. We haven't achieved a full user pay program yet, but we're working towards that without trying to be undue hardship on the ratepayers that use that had to hook up to the system, I guess it's to say that.
But not everyone in Kerwood is hooked up. Right?
Not everyone is hooked up yet, but if you have hook up and have chosen not to, you are charged the flat rate for operating regardless.
So what's the percentage of hooked up and not hooked up?
There's only maybe 6 or 7 properties that haven't hooked up. So it's a very small amount that haven't, but if you've got a curb stop, you're getting charged the $675.
The church and the hall, because they're not hooked up.
The hall is,
The hall
the church is
the
not.
Church is not.
Yeah.
No water.
Yeah.
But there's a curb charge, right? Like if it goes by, and
Then they will be required to hook in and do that, yes. Yeah, so every year, well, the expenses are there. They don't go up and down a whole lot. The utilities, gas and hydro it does fluctuate from year to year because there are times where the entire plant is operating as opposed to at 50%. We don't, we have 2 cells there. It generally runs at 50%, but there are times during the year when peak flows are coming that we turn it on so the entire system is running, so we don't have any issues with overflows or backups or anything to that degree. One of the significant amounts that are increased this year is in the repairs in equipment and machinery for $10,800. That includes putting new pumps in the station. It's been several years that we've had pump failures and things have broken down, so a quote has been obtained to replace the pump. So we have a larger pump with a bigger discharge so that they're a little stronger. There's a little electrical work required with it as well, but we're hoping that will alleviate some of the problems of the pumps getting clogged. And there's been some, over the years as it's been raised and lowered, the mechanism needs to be improved a little bit so that it's easier for staff to get access to the pumps every time. So it's being proposed at $10,800 to have that work carried out. And the grass cutting, that is just for the perimeter of the grass. We don't actually cut the most of the flat area. One thing that has been done is over the years it has been let out for someone to take the hay off, and if council wants to consider that, we should probably advertise that that's available and accept a tender on that if council would like to proceed with that. Over the years it's just been taken and money has been sent in, so we probably should have some sort of an agreement for people to be on the property to take the hay if they want it.
And give an opportunity to anyone.
Yes. Yes, so we will get an ad ready and get that out there, and it's not a lot of money, but it's just to ensure that we know they know where they can be on the property, and we know that when they're going to be on the property. So.
Yeah. Do we want structure on that? Because it's never been done before.
Never been done before. I would like direction on that. Yes, that we do that. That's the avenue that we take.
Okay. Any discussion on that, or just put a motion forward? And that's to put out
a quarter tender for
Tender
taking the hay off of the waste management plant in Kerwood.
okay. Seconder? Deputy Hendricks, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried.
Up under salary and wages, do we not apportion part of, we don't need to get into details, but
Yes.
whoever participates in that process now, do we not apportion part of their wage, or that just comes
Well,
under their job description?
We'll look at that when we get to the next section of that. So right now, nothing's been attributed directly to the plant. We do transfer $25,000 over annually for future maintenance and upkeep of the plant. And as well, we have to make our ROC for debenture payment, which is the same amount in for the debentures as goes out for the payment.
So our revenue is good, you know, putting 25,000 in the reserves.
Yeah, so
Still
when
subsidizing it a
we're
little bit.
subsidizing, yeah. So when you look at the actual user pay, the flat rate, which is the spreadsheet that is right behind it does give you the breakdown. It takes the exact operating expenses and shows you a total of $37,700 in operating expenses. There's some part of those operating expenses, the $15,000, which is attributable, was added to the wage and salary grid at point in time for staff to cover that, as well as the transfer to reserve, are not incorporated as part of the user pay flat rate. It hasn't been up to this point. It can be. It just hasn't been, and it should be user pay, so they really should be paying a portion of the salary and wages, as well as that transfer to reserve. It was onerous at the time. The people that are paying the debenture, some properties are actual debenture, and the operating system are more than their physical property taxes for the year.
Yeah.
So it is a lot for them to absorb, and when you look at it, we only have 54 properties hooked up to the system. So that makes the flat rate of $698.15. So we're subsidizing them to some degree in 2019, depending on what the final expenses are. But we do look at this rate every 2 years. We can increase it to cover, so it's actually covering at least the operating expenses. Last year we had the operating expenses were a little bit lower, so we were able to, we didn't make any money on it, but it didn't cost the rest of the taxpayers as much. So it is costing the rest of the taxpayers approximately $25 to have that plant there, along with the $40,000 for the transfer to the reserves and for staff salary and wages.
Okay, any comments? Questions? Oh, Councilor Hendricks?
It's not a huge subsidy, and it's, but I wouldn't wanna see it go any higher than that, because we can get into trouble subsidizing, various utilities. But I think if it's $25 or less, I can't see that for 50-some households, that's not a huge subsidy, and there is a benefit to the rest of the township by having that village treated, so. But if it gets to the point where we're starting to do like $50 or $100 a household, then I think that would be a real issue.
When we look at this, there was a few years there that there was no user fee at all. I forget when this was actually
When
implemented.
it first started.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came in effect halfway through 2012. So they had 2011 and 2012 where they paid nothing for the system. So
So when it did come into effect, it was kind of a shock to the system,
yes,
to
it was.
those property owners.
Yes.
But now they realize it's there.
So complaints, it's like this goes through.
Yeah, and again, there's not an equitable way to disperse it. Generally, sewer rates are based on a percentage of your water rates. When we don't have the water there, we went with the flat rate on a per property basis. So there is probably some inequities there that some people who have maybe a 2-person household use less of the sewer system or put less into the sewer system than someone who may have a household of 4 or 5 people. But again, we don't know what what's the property line lands. We don't have access to that information. So on a per property basis, it tends to probably works out at $675 per year. It's probably a really good deal to have the opportunity to have sewers.
And probably, given the historic value of homes in Kerwood, $675 was probably a sticker shock to some people, right?
Yes.
From their taxes, because
Yeah.
it'd be a function of the value of their property, so.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Okay. So next is waste collection, and that includes our garbage collection and our recycling. The fees for garbage bag tags, last year it seems to be high, but we do sell more through Home Hardware as well as now it's at Moffin and Powell. So we do tend to find we're selling more bag tags. So whether people are going to the system and not taking it to the landfill and actually buying their tags, I'm not really sure, or whether they're not trucking it somewhere else. I don't know why it was more, but it's hard to tell if that's going to continue or if people are pre-buying them. So we'll leave it at $40,000 for 2019. In regards to the contract purchase services, that's our contract with Blue Water Recycling, and that's for our recycling portion as well as our collection. Our collection is about $58,000, and that's for the truck to go up and down the roads and pick up the garbage and the recycling. We are committed to paying the recycling as a member of Blue Water, so the only thing that's negotiable is our pickup, door-to-door pickup. Also in there is the tipping fees to take the trash from, instead of going to the School Road landfill, it now goes to Twin Creeks outside of Watford, and it averages about $1,500 a month. We started that in May of 2018. And it has seen, although that's a little bit increased in that side, we do see that the contractor at the landfill, we've reduced his fees and his costs by about probably about $10,000. So what we've increased in having it trucked somewhere else, we're reducing it from what we have to pay to have the contractor at our landfill site.
Sorry, that's $1,500 a month? Is that what
Yes.
truck?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what we've talked about in the past was the wheelie bins. I think that is going to become a reality. Coming forward, we did have a couple weeks ago, the one truck wasn't available, so we were down to one truck. So half the municipality got picked up one day and the other half had to go the next day. So I think the reality is that we're going to be pushed to the wheelie bin situation. We will invite the president of Blue Water Recycling to come to a meeting and give council an overview of what the program entails and any of the complications that other municipalities may have faced and how they got around those complications. So one thing that we have to keep in mind is that it's good for our landfill, extends the life of our landfill. The more landfill that doesn't go in there, the regular routine garbage, as long as it can go somewhere else, it's better for our landfill. We'll extend the life a lot longer.
So to that point about extending the landfill, did I not read somewhere that the landfill lifespan is supposed to be done in 2019? The one of them?
Metcalfe is coming up next year, will likely be the last year for Metcalfe landfill.
So do we need something in our budget to deal with that?
That's in the next
That's in
department.
the next.
Sorry,
yeah.
I just the page.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's okay.
Yeah,
And
no,
then the
we do have closure costs that we
Right,
put
right,
through.
okay.
And
So, because that'd be a 2019 expense. So, and then the other thing about the wheelie bins, I know on property taxes I have elsewhere, it's right on your taxes. Like the $100 or $200 or whatever I get charged. So, anyway,
yeah, so
so
that
we would do a recovery that way, but we don't know. Like, what didn't you say they were down to 2 trucks that could do like
Yeah,
hand
and
wash?
one
two
broke
manual
down.
And
trucks.
then the one
yes.
broke down. So how close are they to hitting the button to say we've got to move ahead with the wheelie bins?
Well, they're not going to force us, but they're
Well,
they're
if
gonna
the
have,
truck can't pick
they're
it
not
up.
gonna be able to provide service.
No, exactly.
Probably, I'm thinking next year is, the sooner the better, they can get that truck out of commission.
We
we are,
better be moving on this.
So then so then would that be, like, I'm making this number up because I can't remember, but so for Strathroy property taxes it shows I think $100. So is that a subsidized thing or is that what, that's like the bag
that would be
tag
something
and all
that
the
council can decide if you wanted to subsidize it and provide those at no charge and subsidize it through the tax
Oh,
bill,
okay.
or if you wanted to add it to their property taxes and collect it in that manner.
Okay, so we just have to think of that for the
Yes,
year. Okay.
yeah.
So,
And
for
I believe-
example,
yeah.
in Gatlinburg, Ellingston, it's just part of their property taxes. In Stratford Caradoc, they have a line item on their taxes. So it's something that if we move ahead to wheelie bins, we need to make that decision.
But we just pay it with our property taxes and stuff, right? But
Yeah, it's on your tax
actually
bill,
on-
but it
It's a
actually,
line item.
Yeah,
it is
it's
actually,
it's variant, okay.
yes, yeah. Yeah, and that's something the council has to consider, and I believe there is only 2 municipalities left at Blue Water Recycling that have the manual pickup, that they're almost
And
100%.
one of them is in the process of changing right now.
Yes,
So we
we're
are,
We better
slowly,
do it.
yeah.
Well, because we can't not provide service, and if the truck breaks down and they're down to one, well, if both break down, then we've got nothing, right? So,
Yeah, so that's something, and we'll have the president come and do a presentation to council and give you any challenges that other municipalities have faced and how they've overcome those challenges, because there are some places where it is going to be a little bit more challenging than others. Next is the landfill waste disposal, which is our actual operation of our 2 landfills, the one on Kellen Road in Metcalfe and School Road in Adelaide. You'll see that from 2018, the management of the landfill falls under the public works manager, and he's done an excellent job in keeping track of what is happening at the landfills and how often and when someone is in there looking after the garbage. We have, I believe we've met all of the conditions that were seeking approval with covering. We are at, when the garbage goes in, after our landfill day, they go in and cover it up immediately. We were lagging in that, so that has improved that way. There is still some money in there for consulting and engineering. We do have to do an annual report to the Ministry of the Environment every year. The School Road landfill as well, we need the PSAB report, which gives the amount for the closure for the auditors, and it's due in 2019. So we'll be getting that report again this year. We do it every 3 years.
So we don't apportion a certain amount every year in the reserves for that? Obviously not if it's at 0, right? But your closure cost?
No, we transfer it to reserves, and then the auditors we transfer 25,000 to our reserves, and the
fine.
auditors look after that.
So that's what that transfer at the bottom
Yes,
is for?
and then you'll see that when the auditors are done, they do their closure annual provision to their work. Yeah, there is $6,000 in there from facility maintenance, and that is to get the School Road landfill surveyed, 8290. We're looking at getting it surveyed because just to ensure we know where the property is, and if we decide we're going to fence it, which was probably something that should have been done in the past, is have a fence put up so we know the exact boundaries and perimeters of our landfill and to keep the garbage from blowing and all of those things. So
But if it's gonna be decommissioned in a year.
That's
no,
the
that the
next
School Road, it
Oh,
will
School
be,
Road,
yeah,
sorry,
School Road,
sorry,
yeah. Metcalfe
Sorry.
is within a year, depending on how much goes
Yeah,
in
but
there.
school's not that far behind, is it not
No.
2020 or something, or 2021?
It's
I
I forget, I shouldn't
We've been
quote,
able
but-
to extend it, and I believe we've extended it again by taking the
Trucking.
regular trucking
Okay.
and shipping it elsewhere. We've been able to extend it and use it for primarily large item type things that you can't just take to any landfill or drop off anywhere.
There's nothing in there for a video camera.
put those on the bottom.
So I guess that's what there's just a question going forward, since these dumps are gonna be done, are we just gonna turn and look at losing Wofford?
What the impact would be for the ratepayers and what we would do for them to help them with large items, like couches, chairs, TVs, that kind of stuff. What we probably should look at in 2019 through Blue Water Recycling, they will provide us with dumpsters for electronic recycling. So we should start probably having days where people can bring their electronics in and get residents used to saying, okay, in July there's going to be electronics recycling, and take all my junk there and get rid of it. It goes away, and then we get in that process of eliminating and reducing what goes to our landfill.
And that's a revenue generator for Blue Water, wouldn't it be, the electronics? So I mean, that's worthwhile for everybody.
And all it would cost is a location and likely some staff to monitor, to make sure that when they come in, we
Yeah, we
put
should
them
do
in
that
properly.
sooner than
So
later.
that's something we could do, and it won't cost us a whole lot to start that recycling and to get people thinking about not taking it to landfill and using it in better purposes. So.
Yeah, there are businesses in town where people can take it now. Scouts do it, like what gets donated that's not sellable.
I take it to the old KFC parking lot, they've still got the little thing there.
Yeah. They've got one in Mountain
And then
Bridges as
on
well.
top of that, Kathy, could we also do it, I know that there's a spot in London and we have an agreement with them with the paint drop off and oil and all that kind of stuff. Could we also look into that for that 1 day a year pickup or drop off, I mean?
Is that generally through the county? They have a.
Yeah, we would.
And then they choose a municipality to host it?
No, we have an agreement, I forget what it's called. We have an agreement where anybody in Middlesex County can drop off old paint or oil or whatever it would be. But I'm just saying, for those that aren't able to, make the trip in, depending on whatever it is, have a day or whatever it is, so then it's in the township.
We can make those inquiries and see what would be involved and
what the cost would be.
And the cost.
Yeah,
Yep.
because it has to be transported.
Yep. That's the last one before.
Okay. So again, we will get some more information on the recycling and the whole disposal of garbage once Blue Water comes and gives you a little more idea of what's going on. The next one is recycling, and that's just our Blue Box program. We have to purchase them unless they're a replacement for a broken one. We can still replace those for free.
Oh, you can?
Yes, if you have a
I
broken
can
one,
take the duct tape off mine.
bring it in and we will replace it for free. We do tend to, we are supposed to charge, but if someone comes in and they've just moved in, we tend to just give them one for free because we want to encourage people to recycle. So for the $10.50 it costs for us to give it to them, it's well worth it to promote recycling. And we do have people that want more than one, so we do sell them, but we try to make sure that it's promoted as much as possible. So.
Do we actually have blue boxes here?
We have blue boxes
Okay.
on site, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We keep
There's
about
one right here. There, I put my
There's one
water
right
bottle.
there.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
like, one's for
Yeah.
giving.
One's for giving. We usually we keep about
Shame on you, I was gonna say you're not.
we keep about 8 to 10 here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Like,
So we have them. So we
we
try
obviously
to
recycle.
yes, and we try to let them know when we have a collection of just damaged ones, and then they just bring us new ones.
Oh,
and we just recycle them that way. So
Okay, so I think we're gonna break now for lunch and a break. How long are we wanting for?
whatever you want to like.
An hour, 12:30. Okay, motion to recess until 12:30. Deputy Mayor Hendricks and Councillor Brody. All those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried.
So we're gonna go back to roads.
I said, it's for me, it's not for whatever, anyways, it's good to do some research on it also.
Yeah, it's just we just find that
Oh, I made
It goes to commercial, right to sold, even if a person.
and then they have those fly for the
Yeah.
residential exemption. So.
Which I knew that, but I just wondered.
That's why we kind of leave it, because the stores are commercial as well, like, not that there's a whole lot of,
Yeah.
but then you think, okay, well, where's that $120,000 worth of commercial tax assessment go?
Yeah.
Why did we do that? Well, then it's all not, commercial residential, so, yeah, it's. We generally never.
All right, we need a motion to reconvene. Councilor McKinnon and Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. And Jennifer, the video is back on?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
For the record, because of my disability, it takes me longer to eat my lunch.
Alrighty, so we're gonna go back into the roads department, and Kathy, who's gonna go through it?
Okay.
Jeff.
And we want Jeff to go through.
Okay, we'll go over the roadways budget. I'm looking, as I present it, it's all as one budget, but obviously you'll see capital will show up as the big discussion issues, and I'm looking forward for lots of input from council, particularly on those two items when we get to it. So we'll start basically like all the other departments. The revenue is the first one. Kathy.
If you like, I'll do the
Yeah, you'll
grant.
do
So
the grants.
the first one, the first grant there, the 51,000, is the OCIF fund, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, I believe, something to that effect. We haven't seen what the 2019 is. We had been allocated something, but with the change in government, there's no assurances that that money is going to continue to flow. In speaking with other treasurers, most of them have a budgeted for it of some sort at a 10% reduction over the previous year. So we're waiting to hear about that, but there is a 10% reduction incorporated in there. So we're hoping that the 51,000 will still come through. It is just formula allocation, so we can determine where it's to be applied to in one of our projects. The other grant there is the gas tax allocation. It's funded through AMO. It's the federal gas tax program. We have seen a reduction this year. We were one of the few municipalities that got a reduction, so it happens, but it's a $90,705, and that's a guaranteed number. So that is a factual number, so we know we'll get $90,000, and we can spend that money on a project that works towards the gas tax objectives, which is to reduce emissions. Usually we use it for some sort of paving project because it tends to be a palatable thing for the gas tax program. So last year we applied, we had $274,000 in our gas tax account, and we applied that to the Scotchmere project to help offset the cost of completing all 7 blocks of the Scotchmere paving project. So that is included in the transfer from reserves. The other part of the transfer from reserves was the $300,000 to pay for the new Mack truck, as well as $150,000 from reserves to offset the cost of construction to complete 3 blocks of walkers.
If I could get everybody to, before we start in on the expenses, the budget is 4 pages long. If everybody could just separate the 4 pages, and then you'll come to a page that says account number 6310-8290. Just have that available. And as we go through, I'll stop at that one. So. Everybody understand that? Yeah. Okay. So, under the expenses, you start off wages, benefits, that sort of thing. I think that's fairly straightforward. As we move down, I will go to the first one. We were, last year we were under, that would be 8245 materials and supplies. We were 8,500. We budgeted 14,000. That's a hard one. Sometimes that number goes up, sometimes that number is down. That 14,000 has been a budgeted number that dates back a couple of years. So I just left it in as that number. So keep going down. So the first one I really want to point out, and that is 8290. That's repairs and maintenance to facilities. And you'll see the first piece of paper beside you outlines what is included in that budget, because it's a budget of last year of 25,000, and I've increased it to 50,000 this year. So there's a bit of discussion around that budget. So if you look at the piece of paper, the breakout on the facility repairs, you'll see what that account is made up. So the first upgrade to the Napier generator. Both garages have backup power. Adelaide is built in. It runs off the propane system. Napier uses a portable generator, so they can pull it out and plug it into their fuel system. They've repaired the generator once. It needs repairs again. At this point, I think it's not reasonable to repair the existing generator. We need to replace the generator. I don't see going to a system quite as complicated as the Adelaide one. I think a simple standalone generator, a portable generator works. So I don't think we need any more of an increase in the size of the generator there. The only other thing that I've included in that is that garage was never wired to meet all the different circuits that could use the portable generator. For instance, the well system's not on it, lights, heating, that sort of thing. They really are, at this point in Napier, if the power goes out, the only thing they can run is the fuel. there. So that's what that proposal is, to upgrade the portable backup power there. So the second item is the heater replacement in the Napier garage. I think I touched on that. We had the system uses two heaters to heat the main portion of the garage. They're both 20 years old. We had one failure. We patched it up, got it through, got it working for the rest of the winter. But the heating company said we are basically kind of shoestringing them along. So I propose to replace the two heaters in the Napier garage, and again, that amount is $10,000. The third item in that is the upgrading the electrical circuit over here in the Adelaide garage. The one thing, they have a great backup power system over in the Adelaide garage, but again, when they installed it, they didn't install all the right circuits on it. For instance, they can't the well water doesn't work over there. So even though they've got lights, they've got fuel, they've got the backup generator system, they don't have washroom facilities. So I mean, that's a minor thing. There's a couple of circuits just to change for electrical, so I included that. The big one, and the one that is probably the most for discussion, will be the sand and salt shed. I'd like to look at pre-construction engineering on the Napier sand and salt shed. The sand salt shed in Napier, and again, there's a second sheet with all this written down, so you guys can review it, you know, after this. So I'm going to go to the second sheet and just kind of read some of the information I put down. So the existing sand and salt storage shed currently holds about 310 tons of material. And as obviously as kilometers of hardtop road increases, the average use of sand goes up. So in 2013, the Napier division used approximately, and this is just on an average winter, so these are average amounts. So in 2013, the average use of the Napier division was 780 tons. In 2018, the average needs were 1,120. And if the projected increase in hardtop roads, such as the 3 blocks on Walkers, if we continue to Scotchmere, and if we continue to Innandale, we would be looking at, well, won't go there yet. If we did continue with hard surfacing, the shed down there would, or the division down there would need approximately 1,500, well, almost 1,600 tons of material in an average winter. So you can see that as what we were doing is every time the shed gets low, we start replenishing. So we get down to about 50 ton, which is a couple of days worth of sand. We have to go and start hauling in more material. So which is okay if you got to do that once or twice a year, but if we're going to get up to 5 times a year, the sand and salt shed showing signs that we're not we're not really ready for those big storms with what's there. So in my opinion, that's something that a need for the municipality is to look at expansion of the sand and salt. We have capabilities in the Napier division. Just a couple of side notes to also remember if we were looking at evaluating whether this project should move forward or not. Currently, the way we mix our sand and salt down there, we dump the salt in the driveway or parking lot. We dump our sand, we mix it together, we push it in the shed. That's actually not best practices that Environment Canada promotes. They want to see that done on a hard surface. So we really should be looking at, very minimum, paving some sort of section down there so we can mix on. So if we start looking at that as something to do down there, well then, are we working with an old shed? What kind of upgrades are we going to make down there? Also, the Napier garage, just to give you a comparison, the Adelaide garage over here, is 3 bays. Napier's 2. The division up here has pretty good access to the basement just down the road for cold storage. So a lot of the signs, tractors, the mower, stuff like that gets stored down there. Again, so Adelaide shop has some pretty good storage, some pretty good facilities here. And not that Napier is in good shape, they just don't have the space that's down there. So if we were to move forward this, the sand salt shed that we're using now would make an ideal spot to increase the storage for those guys down there. Because right now, the grader sits out all winter. This is the first year we've had it sit out all year, plugged in. So it would be nice to create them some special, or not some special space, but some more space. As well, the municipality as a whole, the one thing we do lack is we don't have any covered space for any extra salt storage. And we don't have any extra covered storage for our coal mix. Our coal mix sits outside up here right now. So it's always covered in snow, so we always have to dig some out and take it inside and melt it before we actually can use it. So I think there's room in development of a new sand salt shed to cover, there's over here. So if this project, if we were evaluating this project, there's other things we can connect or fix for the township as a whole rather than just sand and salt storage, but that's the real trigger point, is we do need more sand and salt storage, particularly in the south end. I didn't write it down because it's kind of a point of view. If we do have an increased facility on sand and salt, it gives us less dependency on the county. Right now, we depend on the county, and there's nothing wrong with that. We work really well together. They've been really good to work together, but let's not forget we are very dependent on the county right now for our sand and salt supply. All of Adelaide gets it there. When we have problems with no storage in Napier, we can always emergency, those trucks can always come up to the county and get material. So we rely on the county right now for that emergency backup. So this would, if we did increase our supply, we would not be so reliant on the county supply. So I guess the one question I think everybody would ask me is, if you're going to do some engineering, does that mean we're building a new sand and salt shed, and how much would that be? I looked around, and depending on how much storage you want to put in on it, probably between $200,000 and $300,000 later on down the road. So that's not building a new shed this year. The engineering is just to get an idea of what's out there and what idea of what we need down there. So that's kind of where that is. So.
Councilor Brody?
Superman Jeff, is our sand and salt already, it's already pre-priced, right? Like, it doesn't matter when you're taking it in, like you've only got enough room here for 8 truckloads. Yeah. Basically, right?
So what we do is we buy the straight sand from a local gravel pit. Yeah. And then we buy the salt through the county.
Okay, so the salt price is basically determined.
It's determined by the county.
Because it is a trucking world.
It is, yeah.
Right,
and
so as long as...
through the mayor, if we had the ability to stock more of it, then we could buy directly from the supplier of the salt. In the grand scheme of things, in the grand scheme of large budgets, it is a savings. It would save some money. There'd be a few $1,000s saving easily by purchasing their own salt. But at the same time, I don't think that triggers building a brand new shop just for saving a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I think the real reason I bring it up is the reliance that they can basically in 2 weeks we can go from a full shed to an empty shed. And I don't think as a municipality moving forward that's a good that's a good way of working, to be honest. In 2013, they could probably go half a winter with a new shed. So they could probably go a couple months. Whereas now so I mean, that's why, and again, I include some of that information, should point out that the construction has been in the south. Our new township roads have been down that way in the last few years, so everything was functioning really well. It's just that now we're starting to expand our township roads down there. We need to expand some of the infrastructure to support those roads. But it's certainly something to think about.
Any other discussion on this line item?
Just
Councilor
one
Brody?
other question. So every place is the same, they're mixing the sand and salt themselves?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions at all? I just had one comment, I guess. We're looking at all the improvements on the Napier garage, and then really there's not too much going on with the Adelaide garage, but at what, I would say this year we're kind of at a tipping point of what we're doing in the way of roads department, if we're going to stay at both locations long term, or what's going on, because you add up, say, the heat replacement as well as the sand salt for the pre-consultation for the engineering, and then you also add in what the council had for the well as well. That's over $40,000 that's going into a works yard that is older and pretty small. So I think that's also what we have to be looking at as well. So I guess the only question that I have is with the engineering, is that going to be engineered for a building or a building in a specific spot?
Well, to be honest, I think we start with like a building. So basically, you're going to see at the county, the new county garage down here. I think that's very straightforward. What I'm hoping though is to take that the next step. And once you know the building, then we need to know, for example, down in Napier, we would need to know property lines. So we need a survey. We would need some prep work down there before that. If we did want to move ahead, then we've got everything in place to release a tender to build the building. So yes, it would be for a building that could go anywhere. And then once that's established, and if there was funds available there, then I'd like to move ahead and start looking at building the building down there. So.
Councilor Brody?
How much room do we have there? Do we know? Like, is there lots of property there to?
It's not a lot. To be honest, it's not huge, but there is enough to work there.
Is there 5 acres or what is
I
it?
don't know, I'd have to look it up. It'd be very easy to look up. I wouldn't want to guess. And the hard part is, I'll be honest with you, the hard part there is there's road allowance that runs in behind that shed that we use as our property, which it's road allowance, it's our property. At some point, if we were to build a building across that, I think we would have to look at closed road allowance. Yeah.
But you're not impeding anyone's egress or ingress,
No.
so it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and again, I don't think we need to build a huge sand salt shed. We would just build enough that meets the needs, and maybe a little bit more than our needs that we go with. So,
Yeah, because if you could only hold 300 ton, you go to 2,000 ton. If we had a couple more rows, I mean, that's pretty minimal. If it was half, you probably wouldn't have this conversation. That's only 8 trucks. That's not very much.
Councilor McKinnon?
Through you, Curtis, to Jeff, as Curtis alluded, we may be looking at, okay, do we do it in Napier, or are you thinking restructuring if we were to stay here, that we would go here, and what would be the difference? I know in the south end they might think that they're maybe not getting service as quickly, but the trucks can get down there in a fairly timely fashion.
Mr. Mayor, and I think I've stated this, the two two garage system for deploying equipment works really well. It'd be nice to have crews working out of one garage maybe for the summer, but for deploying equipment, they work just fine. Could we work with one in a central location? Yes, but is there a need to go out and do that? There is no need. The two garages work just fine. Adelaide up here and Napier Garage, they're both good garages. I mean, they need upkeep. I mean, I think the Napier Garage, I said to Kathy, I've seen, you're gonna see more upkeep there, just because Adelaide has already done some of the upgrades to them. So, but if you're asking, should we build the sand salt shed up here, I don't think you're gaining the benefit of it, because we have the county, we're using the county over here. If anything, if we built the shed down there and something happened that we needed our trucks from up here to use that shed, we could. It wouldn't be ideal, they'd have to travel a little farther, but I mean, let's be honest, the guys travel from here down to pick sand and salt up down the road, now. So I would not suggest the shed be moved here. I would suggest we keep it in Napier and keep it to the south end. I think some of the information I threw in your package will show up in how many road kilometers we have, how many hardtop road kilometers we have, and how much gravel we have. Be honest, there is more hardtop in the south end. There is more road kilometers done out of the south end. I said to Kathy, after being here now, I'm seeing, there's more, just the more activities. The south end is just as busy as the north end. I don't think, we always seem to think because the Adelaide shop is close to the office that it's the primary one, but it's not really. It's just as important to keep the Napier shop down there, just because of the road system. So. Okay, so flip back to our budget stuff here and expenses. Just give me a second. Okay, so we were at facilities. So continuing on the light blue 2019 budget. Everything, the one thing I should point out in the numbers, if you're looking at this later on, you'll see 8292, the MAC number 4, which is the brand new, or not brand new, it's been here now for a little over a year. We spent $9,847 on it last year, and somebody should probably say, Jeff, what did you spend that kind of money on a brand new truck? The one thing that was not included when the tender truck came was we Line-X part of the box, so when the stones or stuff fall off it, and I believe that was around $6,500. So if you're looking at that tonight and wondering why that's so high, it was because of the Line-X that came.
Not also get the automatic greaser as well.
And the automatic greasing system that we're on. So then continuing on down, I'm not going to stop at anything that really kind of doesn't stand out. Everything is pretty close to normal. The next one I will break out will be, I believe, signs. Oh no, loose stop maintenance. I break out, which is 8322. This one, there's really no change in the budget numbers, but the only reason I break it out is just to let you know how much we actually spend on maintenance gravel and how much we spend on patching or just fixing up gravel roads throughout the year. So we actually spend $220,000 on spring maintenance gravel. So it's just to point that one out. So. And then moving down, the next one I have a breakdown on is the sign and safety device one. I've actually lowered that budget to $25,000 from $32,000. Last year we had included in that budget the traffic counters, which we don't, obviously we've got them, they'll be used year to year. And the breakdown is pretty straightforward. General repairs to signs is $10,000. Sign reflectivity is $5,000. And the one thing that I want to point out is that in the budget, there is $10,000 for road closed trailers. Now, we already have a set at Adelaide here, and if you ask any of the staff, it's a wonderful thing.
Like for an accident?
For an accident, you
okay.
just hook onto them, you
Yeah.
take them out, they got the flashing lights and everything. The reason I put 2 more in is 2 reasons. One, to put a set in Napier, but also 2, when you think about it, if we get into a major closure at a major intersection, say we have to close Cuddy and School because of, God forbid, a bad accident, you actually need 4 signs. So right now, we put the 2 trailers on, and then we take the barricades and find the lights and stuff. So by getting the 4 trailers, we can actually close off an intersection better. So that's why the trailers are in there.
And what do they cost? Where am I looking?
10,000.
Here they go,
Yeah.
okay. And that gets you how many?
That
3?
gets you
2.
2. We already have 2, and that would give us the 4 there. So.
That'd be a liability for them.
So then going down the budget, the next, I had loose top out of the border there, so we did loose top. The next one is hard top maintenance. And the budget is close to the same. I got 398,000 in it. This year I'm proposing to do Catesville, 3.8 kilometers of resurfacing, and that would be from Kerwood to Sexton. It needs a resurfacing through there. I've also proposed Cuddy and Crathie, 7.2 for $108,000, and that would, I believe that gets us to School, somewhere School, I believe. I'd have to relook at the map.
That's
from Crathie, from Wood over. Again, if you see the condition of the road, the potholes and stuff are starting to show up to the east. So I propose those as our resurfacing. I left. I just left 120,000 in for patching and all general repairs to all hardtop roads. So it's hard to break out that general repairs because until we get through the spring, I don't really know where we're patching. So like last year, I knew for sure we get some patching on Mulberry, and we get some patching on Wood. But this year, I'm not really sure where exactly, but I'm inclined not to lower the budget because we always do some patching somewhere on hardtop roads. So
If you're resurfacing that part of Cuddy and Cravey, you'll save a lot of patching.
yeah. And for anybody who's traveled Catesville to the west, it needs it. So. So then going down on the budget, the winter maintenance budget, I did not break out, but it is going up considerably. It's going up 30%. And again, a little bit of background. We get our sand and salt from the county, which is good. They increased last year how much they're actually charging us. We are actually paying, for each load we take out, we take a percentage of salt and we take a percentage of sand. So that increased last year. And we spent, last year we spent $93,000. Last winter was a little bit, a little harsher than average, I would say. But we've now just added 7 kilometers on Scotchmere, and we're going to add 7 kilometers on Walker Drive, so we're going to add 14 more kilometers. So I have a feeling we're probably going to be seeing 90,000 as an average expense on winter maintenance. So that's the reason why it's increased.
Councillor Clark?
So with the salt shortage this year, did that impact the budget, or no, they had already predetermined?
They, and again, can't comment on all municipalities, but the County of Middlesex has a contract with I believe it's Windsor. So once they order salt throughout the year, that's the price.
It's fixed, okay.
And it doesn't change because we're a municipality. Those prices generally don't change. It's they'll rather change to the contractors. We're always given primary first go at it. So once we get the tendered price in the fall, that carries through the whole winter.
The reason I ask is because we had that recent bill for 18 grand come in for the tar, right? So that's why I'm asking.
Okay, so then the next one is roadside. I missed roadside maintenance. I apologize. I'm out of order again. Roadside maintenance at 8324. I've actually lowered that budget by $10,000. And you can see the breakout. I gave you the breakout trees. The breakout is trees, ditching, road patrol, which includes GPS. We're going to get that going this year. Catch basin cleanout, shoulder repair, grass cutting and spraying, and we're going to spray a third of the township this year. We're going to start in the south end, and I said to Kathy previously, Elvin liked to spray the whole township all at once. I would rather do it in thirds. That way, then the budget doesn't go up and down. Every third year, you get a great big bill. I'd rather have it just evenly done every 3 years. So I've decided to start in the south, go to the middle, and go to the north. So entrance ways and then general repairs. So you can see the breakout there. Obviously, tree removal is our biggest part of roadsides. It's in a roughly, we spend between $50,000 and $60,000 a year on tree removal, and that's pretty standard. That budget, nothing's really changed. So,
Councillor McKinnon?
I'm missing 8325.
8325.
I've got all of them but 8325.
Oh no, I didn't break that one out. I didn't break that one out. Sorry, just
Same
because.
thing, I thought I missed
Yeah.
it too. Okay, but I do have another question.
No, it's basically sand and salt.
It's basically
so-
sand and
Okay.
salt and winter plowing.
Alright.
So as the harsher the winter, the more that budget goes up. If it's a light winter, that budget.
And you
will
don't
go
know,
under.
I mean, that's.
So
Councillor Clark?
So this road patrol GPS, is that the same as what we talked about with the insurer?
yes.
Okay.
Management.
Yeah, the risk management, so that's, and it's 15 grand, they've
Well,
given you a price? Or?
Yeah, I've gotten some pricing, that was last year, pricing, and that amount includes the installation, the education, and then the monthly fee to maintain the GPS.
Okay,
So even though, and whether we pick one that's sponsored and maybe we can get it free, there'll still be a cost of education setup and hardware to put in the unit, to put the units in. So,
Councillor Brody?
Yeah, first. So you're spraying just a third every year?
yeah.
Is that enough?
Um,
Or should we be doing half? I mean, there's a lot of new resistant weeds and everything else. I mean, is that?
yeah.
I don't know what other municipalities are doing.
Well,
but, I mean,
through the mayor, you're exactly right.
is that enough?
A lot of municipalities are every other year.
Yeah.
So half gets done one year, half gets the other one. I only did this because this municipality was really more on a 4 to 5 year cycle.
That's not enough.
that's bad, yeah.
So I'm starting a program that I thought was more aggressive than what we were doing, but by all means.
Because really, you got grass cutting and spraying lumped in here, right?
Yes.
So is
yeah.
spraying a third of the township only $5,000?
No, it'll be a third is about $8,000.
So if we went to half, we're only spending another
12.
4,000.
Yeah. 12. Yeah. No, to be honest, Councilor probably is if that's a recommendation, I definitely would appreciate that.
Yeah,
So,
we discussed it and just thought, we gotta start somewhere, so we thought, well, why don't we start on a 3-year rotation?
yeah.
And if that's not enough, we can always
I
escalate
know
it.
what the problems are starting to brew up and they're getting worse, so I mean.
And driving the roads, that's a concern.
Yeah.
So, yep, I can make a note of that. and to be honest, I'll look at the numbers again, and but anyways, yeah, it's a good.
Jeff, when was the last time that was done? The spring?
Oh, to be honest, I'm not going to give you a date. I was just told it was roughly about 5 years ago.
So should we do the entire township this year?
I'd rather just get into the cycle and get going,
Okay.
and then, I mean, it is what it is now.
Yep.
Let's get spraying and let's get the first half done and see. Let's not do all. Anyways, that's my opinion.
Yeah, it is more
there's a
for
capacity
the
too, right?
notification too, because we have people who do organic and we want to make sure that we get the notice out to the right people at the right
Well, you have to have
time.
that out
So
already,
that
yeah.
we get those out
That's
in time.
pretty
Since
normal.
we're making a change, we want to make sure that we get as much notification out to an area so that, and then as we get the program in place, they can be ready for it as they know that it's going to be a 2-year cycle or a 3-year cycle. Then we get our list too. We have that we can start maintaining who's got that type of program. So we don't have to worry about making sure everybody contacts us.
And Mr. Mayor, just for side note, that is through the county of Middlesex. I think they issue a tender and we're part of it. So. Okay, so the next one, bridge and culverts, 8326. This budget's up a little bit from 30,000 last year to 57,000 this year. If everybody could look at the breakout sheet, and we can talk. I'll give you a rundown what's included in there, and then we can discuss it. So culvert number 37, which is on Mulberry Drive West. That'll be out towards Sexton. There's a large portion of the bank of the road is sliding down into the waterway, so we have to go in there and restabilize the bank, which is restabilizing the road base right there. Just a side note, sorry, just before we did a bridge inspection last year. I don't have the final report, but I traveled with Spreets to each bridge, so I know what the report is going to bring forward. I just don't have the finished report for you to view yet. So that's where this was brought up, was in the bridge inspection. Sorry.
That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
That's perfect.
So, and then on to the next one, which I think is more of an interest in when the bridge inspection report comes in, you'll see it. Bridge number 10, which is the on Napier Road, which is the famous bridge in downtown Napier. I've included $10,000 in the budget to update the condition and to do an inspection on the condition and the load limits. What we noticed when we did our inspection on that bridge this year is there's been some change in the bridge. Both to the structural steel members and to the bridge abutments that the bridge sits on. There's been some change there since the last 2 years since the inspection was done. So there's some concern at the load limits that are posted there. They might be a little too high for the bridge right now. So.
And your engineer's report will speak to that, right? Yeah.
Yes. And I'll just leave it at that. There'll be more discussion about that bridge to follow. So then the next one is bridge cleaning. Again, this is an exercise that should be done regularly. And Eldon, I think it's in about 3 years since it's been done. And during the bridge inspections, and I should say the bridge cleaning is done on the steel structure bridge. So we have steel on Brady, Pike, Napperton, or Napier. Our steel structure bridge. What happens is where the steel sits on the bridge abutment, the dirt, sand, gravel falls down there, and if you don't clear it out, the structure's going to go on. So we just haven't done that in the last couple of years, so it needs to be included in this year's budget. Tree removal. There's a couple of bridges out there that have overgrowth in the barrel of the bridges, and it takes a matter of bringing in either a high hoe to pull the brush and trees back out of the waterway around the bridge. This is to promote, whether it's the inlet or outlet. The outlet is to allow the water to get out of the bridge and so it doesn't swirl in there, and obviously the inlet to allow the water to go into the bridge. And then the final one is culvert replacement. I did up that a little bit. I thought last year we actually put in more culverts than we had budgeted for, and the thing is, we got to put it in. I mean, if I don't budget, they still go in because we have to put them in. So I did raise the 20. I think it was $10,000 last year. I did put in 20,000 just because I knew we went over on our culverts last year. So that's the breakdown of bridges, culverts.
Okay. Any questions on the bridges and culverts? Councillor Clark?
On the culverts, is there any recovery from ratepayers? Like, is any of that tie into municipal drains or any of that stuff? Or it's strictly the road?
This is strictly the roads.
Okay.
This, even if it's a cross culvert that is part of the municipal drain, it's still the road infrastructure.
So it's on
it's our
okay.
responsibility
Okay.
to maintain.
Thanks.
So.
If I may though, laneway access, there are different rules if it's someone's laneway culvert that we're replacing. These are mainly ones that go across the road, not necessarily
Okay, so there's none of those in here because you haven't. It's up to the ratepayer to notify you if they have a request.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do cost recovery on that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
there is some
Yeah.
sharing on that cost, so.
Okay, so
Jeff, before we move on, has there been any consideration on the bridge and culvert report that was produced by the county?
so the county, as of this year, is going to start doing bridge inspections, is what I understand. By law, we had to do one last year, so.
No, so not that report. So I know that they're looking at doing bridge inspections, but they did a report a couple years ago with all of the bridges and structures and culverts in the county to look at the cost of what it'll be in the future.
Yeah.
Because just looking at the amount of funds that I don't think we're putting any money away
Like the reserve.
for
yeah.
reserves for, because I'm thinking we're going to have a big flip in the near future, depending on, or we're going to have to either close bridges or do something.
To be honest, when the bridge inspection report comes out, you'll see. I'm very proud of Adelaide Metcalfe has done a wonderful job at keeping up. There's a lot of other municipalities, I think, in the county that they're worried, but I don't think we need. I think past Eldon and past practices, other than the Napier Bridge, which is showing signs, and I think it's the only one on the radar. There's one other culvert that has a bit of an issue, but other than that, there's just the one culvert, one box culvert, and the one bridge at this point. Because if you look the previous, and I don't hold me to this, but say the last 10 years, Adelaide Metcalfe has done a wonderful job at maintaining their bridges and culverts. So after doing the inspection out there, Mr. Mayor, I don't see, other than the Napier Bridge, which we'll have to discuss, I don't see a lot of structures needing a lot of work in the near future.
Yeah, that's good.
And I'm quite confident, other than when we get into discussion about the Napier Bridge, we've got a good bunch of bridges and culverts up there. So.
Perfect. Okay.
Is there a lot of heavy equipment going across that Napier Bridge?
No, it's already pretty low.
Or it's all just old?
We can't. Our snowplows can't even.
Oh.
Nothing will fit.
Well, it's not very wide. That's why I'm thinking, well, how did it?
It's a car
From a
bridge.
weight.
It's basically a car bridge right now, or a residential bridge right now, yeah. So there's no.
Okay.
It's more than just cars that go across.
What's that?
There's more than just cars that go across.
Well, there must be if it's deteriorated, right? So, but it's not very wide, so I don't know what goes back and forth.
So we just did bridge. So sidewalk again. I just left it at 1,000. We were up a little bit last year because we had to clean up a little bit of work in Kerwood due to the sidewalk installation. There was a little bit of cleanup work with one of the laneways and one of the lawns there. So. Dust control I didn't break out. I've just left the budget in the same. We were down last year, and that was mainly because it was a wet year. If it's a dry year, we would use that money up. So I kept it at the same. So last year we did not crush the cement in the landfills. We were planning on doing it, but really there wasn't a lot more came in. I think a lot of other people are recycling concrete now. I think once we get cleaned up, the materials that we get cleaned up in our landfills now, we'll really have to look if we actually accept concrete because of, I think everybody else wants it. There really hasn't been much brought in.
Even if farmers have a barn fire, they put it onto their own laneway.
Yeah.
No, it's not cheap to get a crusher. It's that price.
No.
I mean, sometime, well, I put the silos and stuff down. They came and got it for free.
Yeah.
All I had to do, I had to pay the trucking. I didn't have to pay to get rid of it. So it wasn't that.
Yeah.
So we might not, like you said, might not take that much more.
Yeah, so, it'd be nice to get it cleaned up and get that off, so I've left some money in the account to do that. And to be honest, I think, I don't wanna put the cart before the horse, but it would make an excellent base if we had to put a sand salt shed up. So I think it would be a solid base for that. But anyways, that's down the road, so. Let me see here, some bridges. Drainage,
Big number.
8330. That's a huge number, but if you look at the breakout on it, it lists the drains that are outstanding. And I believe, Kathy, I think all that money really isn't tax dollars.
The hay drain was set aside in a reserve fund. It's just a matter of the invoice timing. So we will have to look at this account because some of that will be already taken care of through the reserve fund that was set up 5 years ago, when they first started talking about the hay drain project. So it's just a matter of getting the invoicing up. This is all roadways expenses. This has nothing to do with municipal drainage.
Okay.
This is the roads expense of the municipal drains.
Okay.
So this is the actual cost to the municipality for roadside drainage.
So I'll just point out, I won't go over each drain. I'll report out general repairs at 15,000 is really the only new expense in 2019. The rest are all carryovers from 2018. And I was in conversation with Jim Reeve. There is some municipal drains in the works, but by the time it gets to the installation and the billing stage, it won't be this year. So we're not adding any new drains to the
We will
budget.
catch up what's here, and then in 2020 there will be new drains added for work that will be completed in 2020.
But just to explain where that number comes from and why it's in the road budget. So
This was budgeted last year and then never really.
Yes.
So continue on the blue 2019 budget. I'll just point out 8330 is a road miscellaneous account. We didn't spend that last year. What that account is for there is for, and especially in the road department or the public works department, if in August something were to show up and council wished to build something or clean something out or change something, there is a miscellaneous account there that can be used for for something that could not be planned in the budget. For surprises, exactly. It's not meant though to be used on a regular basis, like at the end of the year, like, oh, we better spend it. It's meant for something that is brought up, particularly, like I said, by council. That has come to their attention. So we didn't use it last year. I put it back in there again this year, and that's what it's there for. So
Councillor Clark?
Before you leave that page, under items 8327, the sidewalk maintenance, if we are going to do any expansion, that doesn't take into consideration any maintenance in there, right? That's just for existing Kerwood?
Yes. Correct. That's for any existing sidewalks. The other part is on the capital side.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yes, that consideration's coming up.
No, but I'm saying the maintenance there.
Yes,
so
because we haven't constructed them, so there won't be any
Okay.
maintenance
Yeah.
till after the construction is
Okay.
completed.
All right.
And
This would be only existing.
yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the maintenance at this point is just, say if there's a slab that needs to be replaced or something along
okay.
those lines, we don't do winter maintenance at this point, so.
Kerr Road sidewalks were completed in 2015, 2014, 2015, somewhere in that period. Yeah, you know, but they've been just recently done, so
Yeah.
it's just maintaining what we have there.
Okay, so the next piece of paper, here comes the two capital equipment and capital construction projects. The first one is the capital purchases, which includes the new equipment that we're proposing. The capital equipment comes off a 5-year plan that's been in place. Kathy and I have talked, we're going to update that plan, but as for this budget, the 3 pieces of equipment that are included come off the existing 5-year plan. So the first one is the roadside grass mower. We're working on there's 2 sheets there. A second sheet explains each purchase. The lifespan of the mower currently in municipality in our 5-year plan is a 6-year lifespan. The mower we got originally was purchased for the 2013 season, so it has done its 6 years, starting its 7th year, and so it's in the budget to be replaced. The second piece of equipment is a truck to replace the 2013 pickup truck. The pickup truck, the existing pickup truck was purchased in 2012, and it currently has almost 200,000 kilometers on it. The truck, the truck sits over in the Adelaide garage here. It's used as primary as our coal mix patching truck. It has a fuel tank for delivering fuel to equipment that is on construction. And the one problem we have with the truck is it cannot tow a trailer. It has no lights, hook up for a trailer. It's not designed to carry a heavy trailer. So it would be nice to upgrade the pickup truck, but there's no sense upgrading the pickup truck when it's so close to the end of its life cycle.
So it's just a half ton or a 3/4 ton?
It's just a half
Yeah, so
ton.
not really even spec'd up.
Specs up to heavy duty. So the second half, I am upgrading. I would like to upgrade that truck to a more heavy duty truck. I'd like to upgrade it to a 1 ton and design the box. Particularly Commander and Strathroy makes them that can actually dump, so we can actually use it for be more efficient coal mix patching, doing topsoil, picking garbage up, that sort of thing. I think pretty much every municipality in the area has what I'm talking about, a 1-ton dump truck with a little box on the back, or a little dump box on the back end. So it's an increase from just a pickup truck, but I think it's a good tool for heavy utility vehicle that's out there.
Councillor?
Just a comment, you go to a heavier truck like this, it's gonna double its lifetime too.
But it should not.
Right, I mean,
Diesel.
you're overworking a pickup truck. So speaking of trailers, do you have trailers in place that you can utilize on this truck?
No.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we purchased a tandem trailer last year for catch basins and culverts and that sort of thing. And the only vehicle in the fleet that tows it is my pickup truck right now. And it's only a half ton.
So this, yeah, the
So
you're maxing out,
at
it's
some
probably
point-
not even legal.
Yes, at some point we need to upgrade to pull the trailer and to be more efficient. So that's where that comes from. And then the third item is the tandem snowplow. And again, this one is something to talk about. Again, it goes back to this. In 2017, the municipality purchased a new snowplow to replace Mac 1. At the time, with the increase in the township roads in the south end, and Mac 1, I should note, is a good truck. In fact, it's still a good truck. It's one of the better tandems that we have. It was moved to the south end, took the place of a grader that was plowing the snow there. We took it out of winter maintenance, and we've been using Mac 1 to plow and sand the roads in the south end due to the increase in tar and chip. So really what I'm coming forward with this one is to again replace Mac 1 again, because Mac 1 was replaced at one time through a previous council. But I really believe that we need 4 units to cover the municipality properly for sanding and salting. And that's why I'm bringing this one forward again. It's the discussion. Mac 1 will be entered. It's in its 14th year. It'll be 15 years next year. If we're going to continue to use it, we eventually have to put it on the list to be replaced. At the same time, previous councils, like I said, had already replaced it once. So I want to make sure everybody's aware that really what I'm asking here is officially to have 4 units rather than the 3 units that we previously ran.
So,
Yeah, Councilor.
Yeah.
so we have three dump trucks.
Currently we have 4 in the
We
fleet
do have
right
4.
now. Yeah.
Okay. So you're looking at getting rid of one and replacing
And
it.
replacing one, yeah.
So the newest one was to replace Mac 1, but we never actually disposed.
Oh, I never really actually.
It
It
never
never left.
It went to the south end because there was a grader doing the very south end, doing the bottom end of the township.
And now
But
it's
because-
changed to hard chip.
Yeah, because now we've increased with Scotchmere, walkers, and then going to more on walkers and maybe more on Scotchmere. A grader won't cut it down there. It needs a truck. So whether, and again, I've talked to Kathy about, we have lots of room to discuss how the fleet wants to be down the road. We'll have that discussion when we get into our fleet management, how many trucks we actually want. But right now, Mac 1 will enter its 15th year, so we do have to replace it with a truck. So.
Okay. Any discussion on the equipment capital? Further discussion? I'll just say that I agree that we need 4 trucks. Ever since I've been on council, I've said we need 4 trucks, and I'm happy that we finally are getting to that point where we have a truck. So,
I don't know if I missed my chance to ask the question, or we're not there yet about the road resurfacing.
No.
We're not there yet, or it's
is
coming.
that the road
Okay,
project?
sorry.
The
The
construction.
construction side of things,
Mhm.
we're gonna hit it right
We're
now.
Sorry, I
Okay,
stepped
so-
out. man.
no, that's-
Not there.
So the next sheet that we'll talk about is road construction, and it's a big one.
Sorry, here, it's always going to go out of the glass here. Sorry.
I've included for discussion the completion of Walker's Drive, which we started last year, and a block on Scotchmere. So we'll start with Walker's Drive. Walker's Drive, last year, council directed to rebuild 3 blocks on Walker's Drive. We got a majority of the work done. There is some work that still needs to be done. There is some items that were not part of the plan originally when we started Walker's, particularly the installation of a new drain from Thames to the drainage to the creek that runs along or down on Walker's. There's a retaining wall to build, a couple extra projects there that weren't part of the original construction, as well as I've included the cost on the Cold in Place, which this municipality has supported for years now. They add reclaim to the road, we add oil to it, it forms almost like an asphalt, and then we tar and chip on top of it. So I've included that as our road surface. It does add some to the cost of using the reclaimed. You can see it almost adds 300,000 to the road. Mind you, Walker's Drive is 7.2 kilometers, so that's a good chunk of road. So when I talk about completion on Walker's Drive, that's 7.2 kilometers. Finished up, lawns done, and surface treated, all finished. Okay, and that will come in at $884,000. And then if council wants to start a block on Scotchmere, the block, I didn't list every little piece out. The engineering is just being finished up with it at Spreet's, but it will be roughly $350,000.
Councilman Gannon, did you have a comment or you just, no?
I think
Okay.
it's good to go ahead and not lose that road base that, we have a really good road base down there on Walker and Scotchmere. And even one of the contractors said that this township was going about it correctly, that they were putting a proper road base and doing the drainage work before the construction. So I'm for going ahead with Walker and Scotchmere.
Councilor Bird?
So just as a little bit new, so this will finish Walker's this year.
Completely.
And if we start Scotchmere this year and keep moving ahead, we could have Scotchmere done by the end of
Finish Scotchmere.
next year. Or
No,
Scotchmere all,
I've only
Scotchmere's all
included
done.
one block,
Okay.
and there's 3 blocks on Scotchmere, so I'm suggesting, generally what the municipality has done a block a year. So what I'm suggesting is last year council wanted to get more done, get an extra jump on more road construction, so we did 3 blocks last year. The problem when you do that is it's a big chunk to reconstruct 3, but it's also a big chunk to hard surface 3. Like that's a lot of money to resurface those 3 blocks. Whereas if we can get back to the cycle, and what I'm suggesting is we go back to the original cycle of rebuild a block, resurface the block, but then rebuild the block the next year. So you're kind of you're going block by block, and that's why I've only included 1 block on Scotchmere.
So it'd be Thames to
Mayfair, or not, yeah, Mayfair.
McCarthy.
It just makes one road a 3-year buffer, right? 3-year mess, which isn't. I'd like to see that shortened, to be quite honest, but I mean, I know it takes dollars, but
So are
it's a
you,
long time to have one stretch of road. Or do you talk about
It depends which part of it you live on though.
Yeah, if you're up near 80 highway, it's a long time.
Yeah.
Councilor Clark?
so, I noticed over the last year or so, like, what have you been doing on Innadale? You've been beefing it up with gravel and sort of getting the base ready or not, or just regular maintenance?
No, just regular maintenance.
Okay.
Just yeah.
So is there anything, like, what are the first steps, I guess, when you prepare a road to be hard surfaced?
So the beginning is to put road drainage in, which this township has already done Scotchmere,
Okay.
has the drains
That's
in it.
right, yeah.
So then the next is to widen the road base,
Right.
so you get a nice wide platform, and then re-ditch for water and that sort of thing to make sure the ditches are flowing. And then the next stage is to add the road base to it, to add the gravel. It's the biggest cost, to be honest. The biggest cost to rebuilding roads is the gravel, particularly in that corner because of trucking. The trucking is more expensive to get the gravel there. So then once the gravel's on the road, and you usually want to wait a year to allow everything to settle, the following year you resurface the road. So, and there is different options on resurfacing, but that's for another discussion.
Okay. So, for the benefit, I know full disclosure, I live on Innadale, but I also have neighbors that are hot to trot about what's gonna happen on our road. So I don't see Innadale on here, so, and I didn't see, are any of the drains that you're gonna be working on affecting any of that?
No, so, Mr. Mayor, so really what I'm gone here is kind of, I'm still working on direction from last council. And
Okay,
that they got me started on walkers. We've already invested, $900,000 on walkers. We should be finishing.
Finishing.
We should be finishing that.
so it's not on your radar then for 2019?
Well, no, not.
No, that's fine, I just need to
No,
be able to speak
yeah,
to that, that's
yeah.
all.
And an extra challenge with Innodale is it's a shared road with the town
Yes.
line, so we're gonna have to get in discussions with Southwest Middlesex sooner rather than later, just to see what they're planning to do, because we need to be working tandem to
Together,
find out
yes.
what's gonna happen.
Perfect,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Councillor Brody?
I was just gonna recommend that because,
Yeah.
I mean, if we finish Walkers, obviously, we get going on Scotchmere. I'd like to see that project go a little faster than 3 years, to be very honest. But we need to talk 2 years away from Montreal. Cause that's
But you need to have a
half-
plan, like,
yeah,
yeah.
That's a half project, right? So
Yeah.
that's gonna be in our term, right? We might as well start the discussion sooner than later.
Yeah.
If that's the plan, like, in my mind, I don't know how this end of the township is totally sitting that way, but I mean, to me, it makes sense to finish as you're going and then go elsewhere.
Mr. Mayor, a suggestion, just because of Walkers is a large project to finish up there, because we don't have to start Scotchmere this year and inconvenience the first block. An option would be to start all 3 blocks the following year.
Yeah.
And then
That may make more
That might
sense
make
than
more
the ribbon.
sense, yeah.
and then
You know.
instead of and again, this is all open to discussion. It's options. We can do a block each year. We can do whatever. But I think as a budgeting, I'd like to see the budget and the construction kind of stay. I don't like spikes because so if we can get walkers done, maybe clean up some other stuff in the municipality.
So
And if council wants to go at Scotchmere, then that would be an option for next year's budget to concentrate on Scotchmere.
yeah, that's just a comment. We can always put money aside for it going forward, but to me, to start ripping it, and then you're a mess in the wintertime too, right? Like,
Big
it's,
time.
that's, can be,
And again, this is options just for discussion, because I know council deemed that once Walkers was done, it was gonna be looked at Scotchmere. And so I just wanna make sure as new council, you had an idea of what was already said from last year. So where kind of the direction was going, so.
We kind of have to finish off what you started too, so.
Councillor McKenna?
I was just gonna say, the ratepayers on Scotchmere have been waiting for 12 years for it to be completed. Every year they've been told next year.
Well, so if we know on it,
I
so.
know.
Welcome to my world.
well, by the looks of it, we're getting there, but to me, just
I can
if
see
you're gonna
it.
start and rip one section, I mean, I don't know if that's the smartest thing to do, or you wait just till we know we're gonna do it in 2020 and
Go.
Blow
I
through,
agree.
yeah.
I agree.
Well, because then you got trucking costs and everything's
well,
there.
you're,
and then
you're
you
gonna
have to
start a job and then
economize.
stop. That adds more cost than finishing the job.
Exactly.
We spend enough money going back and repairing what has been,
Exactly.
there is some restoration that needs to be done before you can move on, so
Sure.
every year you go back and you restore, well, you've spent money on something that, do you need to spend that, so.
That's why I think that doing it all at
Mhm.
once makes more sense.
But,
So, okay, yeah, that's the capital.
Okay, any other questions on the construction?
No,
Yeah, Deputy
I
Director?
just wanted to point out, we do have the traffic studies, so we're prioritizing the paving and things like that in that.
Yes, to a point, but I'm still working on direction from council
Okay.
on their schedule. So if someone doesn't like, say Scotchmere,
How,
I
what's
mean,
not
it's-
to like about Scotchmere?
right? I'm not basing Scotchmere on just the traffic count. I'm basing it on direction from council.
Councillor Clark?
Well, and if I can add, I did stop last year and spoke to a guy that had an Adelaide Metcalfe truck, and I didn't recognize him. He said, "Well, I'm a summer student," And I said, oh, can you tell me anything about the road counts? And he said, well, it was supposed to be down at this amount of time, but they didn't come in. So then I didn't know if we rent those or we actually own the road counters. We own them?
We purchased them last
the-
year.
yeah.
And what's the what's the lifespan of these things?
Oh, they're actually,
Indefinitely?
we bought non-digital, so they should last a long time,
Okay.
like years.
So, for example, on Innadale, they were put down like the 3rd week of July, which is the most highest. The last 2 weeks of July anywhere in Canada are the highest chance of people being on vacation.
Yes.
So then you don't get a true
And-
traffic.
and just, Mr. Mayor, I agree, and we want to go, the traffic counts are going to start earlier this year, because I'll be honest with you, the counters didn't come.
Yeah,
The
well,
counters didn't come to
so
the
then there's no
summer.
value to those
So,
numbers.
usually, we're directed by insurance companies, traffic counts should be done every year.
That's what I thought. So I
Yeah,
wasn't.
so again, we'll start traffic counts as soon as we can in the spring, May, April, May, because you want buses, you want people's work patterns. And then once we get into the summer, they really should stop and then be picked back up in the fall, so.
That's true, because buses aren't
yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. There's many things.
So, and
it's
we
hard
do
to
have the
do.
traffic counts from last year, they are available. But again, until we get a couple of years,
Yeah.
it's nice to see the pattern after a couple of years, because sometimes, for instance, the county had Calvert Lane construction closed down there, and I'm sure that affected traffic on some of our roads.
And that's to go on another year yet.
Yeah, so I put a lot of I like traffic counts, but you gotta have a couple of years worth before you actually start using them as gospel, so. Okay, so, and a couple of sheets there, I've just included, just so you're reading and you can kind of see some of the information that I'm using moving forward. And then the last sheet I want to talk to you about is sidewalk construction. And it's for consideration. Kathy brought this forward to me and said that there was interest to start looking at sidewalks in the municipality. So what we're looking at, if council wants to move forward with it, is to do an engineering study of the feasibility of putting sidewalks on Napperton and Center Road. I believe the way I picture this being done is in stages, so that we can see one where the sidewalk could go on either one side or the other, or both sides, and give us a choice as a municipality where to put the sidewalks. And the reason I go there is because if we go ahead and we look at a sidewalk and there's, and I said this to Kathy, I have some concern on Center about the drainage. If we put a sidewalk down a ditch, do we have to put storm sewers in? Do we have to change the drainage? If we moved it to the other side of the road, would it be fine there? So I see this report, engineering study done in sections. So we would look at each side of the road on Center and on Napperton and Pike, if council wants to include Pike on that. And then we can, as each report comes back, we can go further with that section of road. And the further, I mean, then we have to start locating boundaries, we have to locate utilities, because if we have to move hydro poles, if we have to move, you know, what kind of laneways do we have to go through, that sort of thing, then we can start looking at the costs of putting sidewalk in through there. So we put a cost in of $200,000. I don't believe at any time that that we're going to spend all that, but at the end of the day, if we do this, what we want is a set of plans that all of a sudden we can send a tender and say we want sidewalks. We want sidewalks from point A to point B, and to move forward with it.
Councillor Clark?
So we're not, like, because when I see 200,000 for a study, I want to have it to have meat, so that it is a document that's usable, because if we're just gonna have a study to see if we need it or we like it, that's nuts. So this is really not a study, this is more of a engineered mock-up, if you will,
Exactly.
of how, like draft plans, like,
Yeah.
so, okay.
So I would picture, Mr. Mayor, the first report to come back and just a feasibility of putting sidewalks in. And then the second, and we can move forward, and a second one would be done into to the sections and to the engineering of what's needed to go in the sidewalks. And then if we want to continue again, then we would have a full-fledged engineering with elevations and a tendered ability to tender it.
And a costing, so that,
Yes,
so
the
that
costing.
we
So,
can know
yes.
what the
What we're
cost
getting
is to
into.
put in whatever meters of sidewalks are decided on. Because again, that's going to affect what we do construction-wise out on the roads too. So just to have a true costing of what a sidewalk is going to cost us.
So, and this can't be done, in sections, or you're just doing a full-blown, you want it for all areas? Is it more cost-effective to do it for all the areas that are requesting sidewalks, or is it, would it be cheaper for us to have, say, okay, this year we want to do this section, next year this section, sort of, because we did talk about it in the strategic plan, and I recognize on Center Street there is a couple spots, like I've walked it, and yeah, there's some like big dips there that obviously there'd be a fair bit of work to do there. So I'm just wondering, I know this document is when we put the moon out there and see what we're going to shoot for. So are we wanting, is there any room for discussion, saying that, you know, we could prioritize each area, or would you just do the report all at once?
Mr. Mayor, they're totally open to discussion. If we can pick just a small section, we can pick. I don't know how to pick that though, because I've had requests from Center, I have requests from different, there's been people from Pike and Napperton interested in. So I'm not sure at this point which section to say to council, this is where sidewalks, this is where we're going to start. So we're open. Obviously, Center, Napperton, and Pike are the three areas. At this point, I can't narrow it down to say.
So, and they're all county roads, so is there any, can we go to the county for any assistance on this, or when the kid gets hit by the car, they'll sue the municipality and the county? Okay.
Sidewalks would be entirely at the township's expense, because the county doesn't need the sidewalks, the township does.
Well, if they get sued, they're gonna wish they
Yeah,
had
they
them.
wish to have them, but they will download it to us and say it's our issue. So we would contact the county first before we started anything, and just see if there's any planned road construction or
Yes.
continuing construction, just so that we wouldn't be going and planning something and then finding out they're going to change the physical structure of the road before we get there. So
Well, it's not
we
just
would
that,
have
if
that-
they're excavating,
Right.
then we need to
We can-
excavate at the same time.
we
It's
can
like
save-
ripping the road up twice
for
as
sure.
nuts.
yeah, economies.
Yeah,
It'd
exactly.
be economical to do it when they're already there, so we would in fact probably look at the county as doing the work in the tender and just providing them with a check at the end of the day. We would pay them for that service at that point, maybe.
But it's like, I look at this and go 200 grand, well, there's some sections like on your Napperton and Pike where that would easily have paid for the sidewalk. I mean that's, to have to spend all that on a study makes me go berserk, but anyway.
Not necessarily, yeah, again, it's not necessarily a study, it's more a report, more like what are we gonna have to do to get those sidewalks there on the ground, is more what we're looking
Yeah,
at.
that
More
or
so
study.
than, more than study, but we said study as a broad picture, because we have to look at, it's more than just, the drainage, it's what do we have to do to be AOD compliant, what challenges are we facing in regards to, existing landscaping and laneways, survey work, all of that would need to be all incorporated into the report, so we had good, accurate information on what it would cost to go forward.
So just to finish that off, to educate me further, you have to have a rest area on the sidewalk
Yes.
within a certain distance or
Yes,
whatever.
there's distances mandated through the AODA and through recommendations through.
The lawn chair won't cut it.
Yeah. And then we get into street
Well, and I
lighting,
was just gonna
street lighting, garbage
Yeah.
cans, all of the whole, everything that goes with it, so.
the safety of the sidewalk, street lighting.
Yeah, we use the broad term study because it's not just a sidewalk, it is everything involved in providing walkways.
Councilor Brody?
I would just, from saying a study, I would think your first initial study needs to be our main ones of all of them that we want to do. And then the second step would be prioritizing where do we go from there. Like, this is going to be a multi-year project.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think an initial study has to be very broad because we can't just pick a dart right now and say, okay, we're going to do a site and that, and we're not going to worry about the rest. I think our initial study needs to be broad.
Oh, for sure.
And then,
Yeah.
and then bring it down.
But I'm just saying, like, for all three, like, we can't possibly do this
No.
all at once. I mean, that's.
No, and to the question that Jeff actually asked us, I think we should actually,
Prioritizing.
no, we should not just have a study on one area first. We should take all the areas that need sidewalks, and then we have the information to prioritize them. And I don't know if like people counts are even possible because you don't know which people would walk there if there was a sidewalk. But I mean, there are higher traffic areas than others, and they're probably the higher cost areas.
It'll be the higher safety issue areas
Yeah.
where we have to.
But it is about safety first and
Absolutely.
foremost, so I think
One suggestion, Mr. Mayor, one suggestion, and again, this is just discussion. We talked about getting this ready quickly so that we had documentation to tender, like if we want to move ahead with sidewalks next year, to have the engineering, the surveying, all that down so like we can actually have meat and potato documents to move forward with the sidewalks. If we slow down and do our first run at seeing just the feasibility of where the sidewalks were going, I mean, certainly would not spend $200,000 doing that. But there's a trade-off. It's time. There's a timetable there, and the reason why we included the extra cost there is that if this year we want to move forward with engineering and getting ready for next year to put sidewalk in, we got to be prepared this year to spend some money.
Well, the prep work, right? Yeah.
Councilor Brody?
Just, so is there an engineer that we use on a regular basis that will do something like that? Or is it
always free?
or is it always out there for a tender or
Through the mayor, I talked to Kathy about it. Spreets, we do a lot with Spreets, but at the same time, there's other engineering companies out there, and until I would suggest that we put out a tender or an RFP to see who's out there, because we don't know we don't know what the kind of the price is, because a lot of it's depending on how busy the engineering companies are, and even though I have no issues with Spreets and they do a lot of work with us, doesn't mean we go naturally right back and just give them this price.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking of direction from them. Like, this is what they do. They should know how much it's going to cost for multiple stages. Like, you hate to spend money more than once, right? So, I guess I'm just wondering if I didn't know if we used one person and we asked them for direction even. Like,
I mean, I can do more investigation, but the hard part is when I start using one
But
person.
you can't be a different
I'm trying to keep it very neutral right now. So.
So I don't know if Dylan's even does that sort of thing too, right? Like there's different ones around.
Councilor McKinnon?
And can we look at asphalt walkways versus sidewalk block concrete?
Again, if we wanted to put that out to the engineering people as different options, they certainly could, because one of my biggest concern is not so much Napperton and Pike, it's obviously Center Road because of the traffic. We need to have sidewalks that set back from traffic, and will asphalt be sufficient there? I'm not sure. That would be something that would have to be looked into.
You could ask Wyoming.
So,
Yeah, but that 81's a lot narrower, eh? It's,
I know what you're saying there, and I've seen it, but I just don't think on 81 highway. I think there has to be a pretty big distance separation from the sidewalk to the road.
yeah, there's not a lot of room there, so.
So, also just looking at the areas that you're looking at. So on Center Road, you're only looking at from panel to where?
Second?
So we're looking
We
at,
haven't
We
made
don't
that
know.
decision,
Okay.
and again,
So,
that's
yeah.
something, what side of the road,
Feasibility's
again,
kind of
we have to
shit.
know, are we looking at which side of the road is going to be the path of least resistance? Because one side is obviously gonna be different than the other, so this is decisions that we need to know based on what the reports actually tell us, because we don't know what's all out there, we don't know what's in the ground, what kind of obstacles we'd be facing, what kind of costs would be involved to, get
'Cause
through
the
this,
west
so
side,
this
there's
is why
some
we're
big
looking
jumps.
at having an engineer study, an engineer's report created so that you as council can make educated decisions on where to put that sidewalk and why you would go on the east side of the road or the west side of the road, and, you know, how far should it go, and
Could make a big difference in dollars.
we would also have that information going forward should development happen where we should be getting the site plan, the developer should be paying for those costs, or at least giving us dollars in lieu of those costs, so that when people come forward and development happens, we're getting some money back from the developers we'll have the hard numbers to support it.
So the only reason I bring that up is just because if we were to approve this at whatever number it is, I just want to make sure that council knows what area
What
we're
we're
actually
getting,
looking
yeah.
at. Because Center Road and the previous council, we were just talking about just going to Charles Boulevard, or are we talking about going all the way down Center Road from Panel Line all the way to 2nd Street? But then there's also development happening north of there, the Tim Hortons property. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to go ahead with the engineering study or plan or whatever we want to call it, I just want to make sure that council gives direction on the actual circles, areas
Geographic area,
that we are actually looking at, because I just don't want to go ahead and get a plan or a study done, and then it comes back to council and we go, well, why didn't we look at that area, or why didn't we,
If it makes sense.
And that's the direction we're looking for from council, is what do you see as the priority areas, so we can get out there and get the numbers so that you can make a decision on what can be done and what can't be done.
just the one comment I would make, when we're thinking about this is, obviously Center, there's going to be growth there. There's lots of properties that are gonna fill in, and if we have the engineer plans in place, and even though the sidewalk maybe doesn't get constructed next year, but somebody's doing a fill-in, then we can say to them, here's the sidewalk. Here's where the sidewalk's gonna go. This is what it's gonna look like out front. And before you get your part of your development, is you gotta fix up the front of that to meet our engineered standards for sidewalks. So I'm thinking very much on the, if from Charles Boulevard to the north, it's Cuddy's through there. If
Yeah,
that
that's
was-
all developed,
If that's ever gonna be developed, we should be ready to tell those people, here's where we want sidewalks.
Here's your cost.
and that's the
Yeah.
cost.
it is.
Same with on the other side of 81, there's a lot of fill-in spots. Well, if people start building something there, we should be ready to say, here's where the sidewalk goes, and here's what we, even if they have to put a little piece in that looks silly, it's part of the development.
Well, especially if there's a drainage piece, like you said before. Yeah.
So anyways, that's just a comment, for me, so.
Deputy Mayor Hendricks?
And it occurs to me on Center Road is that people who live closer to town, they're gonna walk to the Tim Hortons and maybe the dentist. They're not gonna walk to McDonald's or Rona's, because those are places you need bigger vehicles to pick up your goods. So we also have, is that our sidewalk on I actually drive to town all the time, and I just noticed
Yep.
there is sidewalk in front of what used to be Country Depot. Is that ours?
You mean
Would
on
be.
on Second Street?
Yeah.
it would
There,
be.
there's the boundary goes funny there.
Yeah.
We own partial of it is part, but some of that's not in ours.
But the sidewalk.
No,
There is
There's a
sidewalk
little
from
bit of
Center
sidewalk.
Road
Yeah.
past the building with the wine and the pet food
Yeah.
stop.
Yep.
there is sidewalk there. It's not very well kept up
No.
sidewalk, but I'm wondering if it's ours.
I
Well, it would be.
It would be yours.
Yeah.
don't know exactly where a boundary is right there.
Yeah.
Well, our
That's right.
boundary
But
goes
I'll be
from,
honest with you, I don't know exactly.
I have to have the voters list with me.
Councillor Clark?
So if I can make a recommendation that what we do as a council is physically go and visit these areas to see what, and then come back with specifics to the mayor's point of where we think we want sidewalks, because the study's only as good as the information we give them, or the report, and then from there, we have that information for perhaps the next council meeting. Take a minute, drive these areas, and if you need to talk to some ratepayers, do that too, and then come back with what you'd like to see.
No, yes. Okay.
Yeah, just comment. I think obviously our main focus has to be the main roadways. I mean, we're not looking at small subdivisions or cul-de-sacs or anything like that. I mean, this is gonna be a lot of money to even begin with now, so we have to concentrate on the mains.
Yeah.
So I think we give direction for that. I think you're right.
And if you look at, like, even the City of London, if you watch CFPL News, it was a week or so ago, they got people diving into snowbanks up on Sunningdale, so this is not a unique problem. People build and then the sidewalks come after, right? So, I mean, it's just a challenge we have. So, but it's our responsibility to provide safety too, so.
Jimmy Hendricks, is that a hand question?
yeah, well, if you're looking, I mean, I would say the end of these, if we going to study, if you study an extra half-mile of road, is that gonna cost a lot more? So
No.
I would do like Strathroy border to the speed limit change sign. I don't know about Pike Road, but Center Road, I would, if you're going to study it anyways, I would study it
To
all
the
the way.
We'll do the max, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right to the, old Westcast building.
Yeah, I would say, in our next agenda, have a discussion on the areas, have some residential areas laid out that we've been looking at for a report. Okay, so that's the end of the roads budget. Anything else, Jeff? Okay, anything that we
Tap shoes on now.
anything that we jumped over quickly that anybody realized they had a question about?
And again, if something did pop up, because that's a lot of information, I'm not going anywhere.
Again, just one question, I guess. I said the same thing here. Like, is there anything else in the support of the councils, or a big dream list, or something that just throw it out there now? It doesn't hurt.
I'll be honest. Everything is in the budget that I'm concerned about right now. Obviously, that's the reason the salt shed's in there. But I think later on in the year, when we talk about the asset management and the 5-year to 10-year plan, I think that's the time to start talking about Annandale and what we're going to do with School Road and that sort of thing. So it's coming. It'll be, but I think in this budgetary moment, I think everything is here for now.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, so basically, this is the first time we've seen it was today. So what's normally the practice here is we go home and rip this apart, and then we have another meeting, or how is this addressed? Like what's the process, I guess?
So you can go ahead, but we're not done yet.
Okay.
We have a few more departments to go through.
Oh my gosh, sorry, ahead of the class.
But generally, yes, you get a first draft. We haven't presented you with any options in regards to how we're gonna finance all this stuff. This is all
Yeah.
strictly, it's all coming out of taxes. So this is,
Okay.
if you were going to do this, this would be what your tax increase would be unacceptable. Let's just say
Yeah.
that, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So we have to come back and staff have to look at it, and we'll take back some of the feedback, because we gather from your discussions what's gonna proceed through the budget, what's not, so we can go back and take a look at what could come out, and if it does come out, what does that do? How can we fund that? Can it come through reserves? Is there grants out there? Are we able to use existing money and allocate it to that? Any existing, like, gas taxes, or a way to use the gas
Yeah, 'cause
tax
it's not
fund
a
to help us
separate
at,
budget.
it's not, no, but just to get an idea of what's going to move forward before we do a lot of investigation into things that are gonna be cut out.
Okay. Thank you.
So we do have just a few more left, so
Yes.
cemeteries is the one we're looking at.
6550 at the top.
Yeah, and then a couple more after that. We're gonna print out a whole meeting on this one.
Oh, yes.
Minors.
You will have, yeah, there'll be binders. You also get it on your iPad as well.
Excellent.
It will
Okay.
actually, we upload it after the meeting and
Yeah.
we'll upload it and it'll be on the website as well as, you'll get a binder for it so that you're not, papers aren't flying.
Printed the correct way, so I don't have to
Yes.
lay down to read it.
Yes, we have that technology now, so we've done everything this way, so hopefully it works that way.
Excellent.
So we are on the cemeteries. These are the abandoned cemeteries within the municipality. We do have several of them that we're looking at. There's a few that are still under investigation to determine what we're looking at. One of the biggest increases is the repairs and maintenance to the grounds. At the Fourth Line Cemetery on Napperton, the east edge of the cemetery, there's some scrub and some brush and some work that needs to be cleaned up there. And it got overgrown last year, and we're not really sure where our property ends and the next property begins. So we're going to take a look at that. We have a metal detector here. We should be able to find the bars because it was not that long ago though that property was separated. And then we've got to get it cleaned up and looking nice because it is a cemetery. And as well, there's a little bit of work, some fencing issues there that the fence needs to be tightened up and replaced. We haven't had too many calls for any stones or monuments to be repaired in any of these cemeteries, but we do put some money away every year just in case we have a request. Grass cutting, we won't know what the actual cost is until the tenders come back in a couple of weeks. And under the miscellaneous, we have it for trees. We did a bunch of tree trimming and cutting in the Fourth Line Cemetery last year on Napperton, and it did make things much better. And we probably could go at it again this year and have a few more trees cut back and cleaned up just to take down the dead stuff. There is one that was kind of on the verge, so we'll have it looked at again this year and see if it needs to be cut down.
Councillor Clark?
So the repairs to the grounds, is that not something, sorry Jeff, that the roads people would look after, like from a labor, like who does the labor on that too?
It all depends on what needs to be done.
Okay.
We may have to bring someone in who's got equipment to grind out some stumps and, you know, the fencing, they may be able to do it. We may go to a better style fence or something. So until we see what's actually in the ground.
So then does Jeff end up having to deal with all that?
He looks after a lot of it, and they do a lot of the cleanup. We have sticks and stuff, and the people clean them up. They put them on the side, and our crew goes and picks them up.
Okay,
But
so you guys look at
it all depends on the timing, and last year it got out of hand, and then it was just not feasible. We
Well,
don't
the
have
roads
the
you were
equipment to
busy,
look
yeah.
after it, so it
Okay.
depends on how quick we can get at it and what we're actually dealing with once we figure out
Okay.
what we have there.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, a good example of that is, there's the in-town cemetery, there's a lot of trees, so a lot of the sticks and little limbs fall down. They'll pile them off to the side, and when they've got a pile, they'll call and we'll go and pick them up.
Oh, okay.
So we tend to work with, with the grass people that are actually cutting the grass. And we did go over, we have to do some maintenance there. We had the trim the long grass or weeds or whatever that we're getting on the other side of the fence and that sort of thing. So there is some maintenance there. So.
Yep, Councillor Brody?
Just a question, are any of these cemeteries actually active? Like has it been a burial in 25 years or 40 years?
Still have to be.
100 years?
Unfortunately, the Fourth Line Cemetery, there are still people who are eligible to be buried there, and they have plots, so we have to allow them to be buried. So most of them are inactive, but we've only had two burials there since I've been here. So 6 years.
How do other municipalities handle old cemeteries? Like
Cut the grass, maintain the. We're responsible. We're responsible for them.
But
So,
just
yep.
question mark.
Unfortunately, it's a cost, and we're fortunate that we have. Our cost is relatively small because there's a lot of them. The headstones, we have a lot. The headstones are laying down, and when you get a family coming in and wanting you to fix it up, it does cost a lot of money. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, just general question.
The tree budget, 6575, that is an annual program. It's from a bequest that was left for trees to be replanted, maple trees I believe it is. Last year they contact the public works manager and he looks after ordering trees, and we just fund it out of a reserve fund that's been set up.
And so you have to get on a list for that, or do
Yes.
and how does that process work, and is there a deadline or all of that?
Just so everybody, just if anybody ever, generally we get the trees in the fall, and it's first come, first serve. I believe we try to spend, we don't want to use up the whole monies, we try just to use up a small amount, so it's 50 trees a year, and first come, first serve. Other than we tend to, if someone keeps ordering tree, we try to move it around a little bit. But yes, usually first come, first serve.
And is that on the website, or how would a person know about that?
Right now it's just word of mouth. We haven't publicized it. There are other programs through St. Clair Conservation that offer trees for sale, large tree stocks. So it hasn't been publicized, but just people know about it from word of mouth. And
Okay, so when we get our fancy website, that'll be on.
And just to be clear, the trees are meant for roadside?
That's what yes.
Oh, it is, okay.
That's meant to.
And are they all
And we
fresh?
actually suggest that they plant on private property.
By the roadside.
By the roadside.
Not under hydro wires.
Not, that's what we suggest.
And they're all maple, or is that what you said?
Well, it all depends on, the last few years we get them out of Windover nurseries, and generally they suggest they have a maple that is hardy to salts, pollution, road pollution, so that's the one we usually get. Because we don't, yeah.
yes, just everything.
Thank you.
And one thing that's lacking in there is no policy on it. It's just been, this is what we do kind of thing. So we should probably have something written so we know, who's getting trees and when they get ordered, and so people know about it. So
Yeah, I never heard about it till now, so.
okay, so Parks and Recreation. As you can see, we don't get a lot of rental fees back from the park. One thing we have to look at, we will have, obviously, I'm sure the grass cutting will increase because we're asking for it to be cut on a more regular basis, so it's been budgeted for a little bit more. Hopefully that is sufficient when we get the tenders back. We put $5,000 into repairs and maintenance for the facilities. Last year, the roads crew did an excellent job of updating the bleachers and underneath the bleachers, and did some trimming of the trees. They looked after organizing that, so we got some trees trimmed, and there's probably more of that work to be done. The big question for council is in regards to a building on that property. We need to discuss what we're doing for a hub. What does council want to see? There is some money from last year that we can transfer over to reserves, and we recommended from the $25,000. We put a request for proposals for engineering services to help design a master plan for the park, and we had no takers. We just need to know, what does council want to do? We had a presentation from the Alchemist Club who are looking for a home. Are we interested in entertaining a 4-season building? Do you want to just build washrooms and storage facility? We need some direction from council to proceed to know what the step is for the park.
So can I ask a question? Under your, under the reserves, do we not, that's just what is budgeted, that's not showing what's in there?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
sorry, I
just,
answered my
yeah,
own
this is what we do in and out
Yeah.
every year.
I'm just thinking we don't show,
We'll get to
There's
that
more.
once there's there.
okay,
Yes.
sorry.
So just as an aside, so that you know, as of the end of 2018, sitting in the recreation reserve is $239,065. There will be a motion at the next meeting to put in the $25,000 that was not, which was raised in 2018 for the consulting review, but it did not get spent, so we could add that $25,000 into the reserve. So to start with, there would be $264,000 and a little bit in the recreation reserve available to do a building or of some sort. Or not just a building, but if you wanted to move ahead on lighting, that was another suggestion that came from the park.
Is there lighting there now?
There's lighting on the front diamond. It has probably been there for a long time, so it probably needs to be upgraded. It'd probably be more efficient. We have a light standard that's in the middle of the outfield. For safety purposes, it should be either fenced or it should be moved, one or the other. So there is a lot to do there, but it's just what does council want to see happen at the park in 2019?
Councillor Brody?
Do we have a special meeting set up for the talk of the park, the hub, because I think that's all going to be lumped into one big discussion, in my mind.
We don't, but if you want to do that, if you want to do that discussion. Sure.
Well, like that's almost like stage 2 of this draft plan.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of the.
Yeah.
My thoughts are the bare minimum as soon as possible would be washrooms. And, that's gotta happen soon or we'll never rent that park out. I mean, it's
Councillor Brody?
Just a comment on that. I don't think you're ever gonna get foreseeable big rental of it.
not big, but
or any really.
some.
Like, I mean, to me, any rental that comes from that area would be a complete bonus. I mean, I just can't foresee that.
Don't plan on it.
Don't
Yeah.
plan on it. But
Yeah.
do I think we need to do something and we need to move on? I really do. And I think that needs to be discussed in the whole, our whole big picture idea. And I really think sooner or later, I think we should have get a meeting set up for that. I mean,
Okay.
I agree, because otherwise you just keep pushing it
yeah,
down
it
the
just
road
keeps
and it's never
getting,
going to
keeps
happen.
getting talked about. I mean, we're at the start of a 4-year term. I think we need
Get
to
it done,
get on it.
So we're wanting to, at the end of the meeting, we'll set up 2 meetings?
yeah.
Sure.
Well, unfortunately, when it's all new stuff,
Yeah.
that's what it has to happen, right? Like
Yeah.
it's getting paid the big bucks.
So essentially the biggest part of the Parks and Recreation budget being proposed is some engineering to develop a building or lighting or whatever it is that council decides to do. So most of the other repairs, there is some money in there because we know that the pavilion also needs some attention. So regardless of what happens this year, we're going to have to at least look at if we're not going to put a building in or it's not feasible, it's going to be done this year, we have to at least upgrade the pavilion and fix some of the conditions of the cement underneath and do a little bit more maintenance this year.
So yeah, there's no point doing all that if you don't want to be doing it twice,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like that's,
Yeah.
I just a comment, Mayor. Just like the fence in the front and stuff, that's pretty well half fallen down. Like, I mean, it wouldn't take much for the back of this. Do we really need it there? I mean, it's not doing anything. It's people are crawling over it, and it's coming down. I mean, just to go and pull it out and wrap it up and get it out of there. I mean, something small, but I think that should be looked at really.
Yeah. And likely the whole front row of trees, they're lovely, but they could probably be narrowed down and you could at least see the park and trim up and narrow
But the
it
fence would
down.
have to
So
go for that
yes.
to happen anyways.
Councillor Clark?
what I was gonna ask. Oh, so not to open a whole topic on this, but those drawings that the Optimist brought forward, were they just like me doing an
Somebody's
like a
concept.
thing at home, or was it
Yeah.
actually like an actual person that?
I can comment. Though
Yeah.
Don McEnroy's on, and he is an engineer. He can't do an official one or anything.
Like
But
a stamp.
they just a few of them got together. And I think basically it was just to get something
A
to,
concept.
to move, a concept, or you know, I got some different ideas already of something. I mean, I'm not thinking big, huge. We're not talking a massive hall or anything like that. That basically, long and short, was just to get something to get going.
Just
really.
to put the idea for it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the Parks and Rec?
not if we're gonna have another meeting soon.
Kathy, just with the salaries and wages, do we just have our summer student doing that stuff now?
We don't, we just pay a lump sum to a contractor to do put the awnings down and clean the garbage cans out, but our last summer, when we had our summer student, they actually went out, they did a review of the park, the playground equipment, just to make sure that there's no garbage, there's nothing that shouldn't have been there. They also cleaned the garbage cans and made sure that everything was neat and tidy on a regular basis, so. It was greatly improved because every morning it got checked, so that did make a difference. And one thing that we also will have to do is looking at the bedding for the playground equipment. It probably should be lifted and turned and perhaps replaced at some time. So, but again, if it's the equipment's ending its useful life cycle, so to do a whole lot with it, but I think it needs to be raked up and probably cleaned and put back in.
I was thinking, that's obviously gonna be a consideration if you have washrooms in there too, but maybe that's a student too or something, I don't know, but that's a whole other.
That's another discussion to have, yeah. Get a building that will decide who's looking after it, so. But again, there are methods out there, and lots of municipalities have them with automatic locks at the end of the day, so you don't have to have somebody sent out to open and close the doors. There are automatic locks. We can make them so that they are very industrial, so like a pressure washer can go in and hose the thing down. So there are some great features out there. It's just getting a building to put the features on. So, but there is automatic locks and all of that. So we can even go so far as for the park lights. There are features that also have that time sensitive. So the person has a code, and that opens their lights for a certain time, and the lights go on, and then they make sure they shut off. So
didn't know that.
yeah, there are some great features out there that we can incorporate into the park that makes it less reliant on people, so that the renters or the people using the park can use it without having an expense to have somebody sitting there waiting for them to go home, kind of thing. Yeah, because that's a cost that would be there. So the planning and zoning, essentially what happens when we took over, planning services was taken over by the county and started being provided through the county. There was an increase in the county budget. It was just around 35,000 that we saw as a little bit of an increase in that. We do keep all of the revenue that comes through for the various applications that come through, and it's just an in and out account. But there is no fee from the county directly for the cost of the planning services. It's just an increase in our municipal levy. Next is drain maintenance, and this is just for the expense side of the job. This is to have Jim carry out his duties as the drainage superintendent. At the end of every year, we apply for a grant for up to 50% of the estimated wages and benefits for the drainage superintendent. One thing that got put in last year that has not been completed yet is a new map. We have a map that's available, but it's old. It needs to be updated. There's about 19 drains that need to be fixed. We have a price from Spreets, and it's just over $5,000 to get that done. Update the map, as well as provide us with some new hard laminated copies and copies available for our contractors or anyone else who's looking for municipal drain information. So we do get money from the province towards the cost of employing a drainage superintendent, and we're allowed to spend, there's a benefit, 35% maximum on his expenses that we get back.
Where are these maps for the 5,000?
Under materials and supplies.
Okay, any questions on the drain maintenance?
And tile drainage, that is a straight in and out. The amounts added to the tax bills are based on tile loans that our individuals have taken out over the years, and the amount that's remitted is what we collected for the province, and we send it off to the province. There are very few tile loans going out. In fact, we didn't do one for the last 2 years, I believe. So they're at 6%, so they're not very attractive at times. So it's just, we're just a collection method for the province. So
And how often do they set that rate?
It hasn't been, I don't know if it's been reviewed for a couple of
It
years
sounds
now.
like it's been that rate forever.
6%, it's been at least 5 years, it's been
Okay.
6%.
It used to be a
Was
good
it?
rate.
Yeah, it was 8 before that, and they went to 6, and, yeah.
Basically, if you need to go there,
I
you
haven't
probably
even-
can't pay us either.
So there is a snapshot of the last page is the 2018, the reserve accounts as of 2018. Council can spend some of the funds, some of them are specifically delegated for specific projects. These are the monies that are sitting there waiting for us to either use or have in the future to spend. Some of it is, the working capital is basically the offset to some of the tax orders. We don't physically have all of this money, but some of it is recognized through that if everybody paid their taxes, we would have 100% working capital, so. And then we'll look at this further as we go through and figure out how we're going to finance some of the projects and what the effect would be on the actual reserve accounts.
That's correct.
So under the building one there, that 478 reserve, is that just for this physical building, or does that take into account like the different garages?
That's actually the building department.
Oh, it's
That
building
was
department,
generated from when the wind turbines were in play. What happened was the fees for the actual turbines themselves far outsourced the cost to have them put in. So the council of the day, instead of just having that money flow through and be gone in that year, they've decided to put some away so that if something happens in the future, basically, if the turbines, we have a problem with them for having to be torn down, or we've kind of got a little bit of a
And that's on us?
No.
no.
It shouldn't be, it should be on the property owner.
No, if we have to go under property standards, or
Or
if we have
to
if we have a
possess the
legal,
property or something?
if we have a legal battle to get them, like once they start decommissioning these, we're not sure what's going to happen. They'll probably take the copper out of the ground, but everything else may stay. So we may have some reparation work to take out some of the infrastructure that was put in the ground, and it's mainly the stuff that's on our portion of the road. It would be on our side, but if we had a property standards issue and it was dilapidated or it fell down in
Or
a
if we
windstorm and
inherited
no
the
one,
property with no
correct,
from
we would have
taxes,
some,
okay.
we would have some monies there to help offset the cost. We don't know what's going to happen when they're decommissioned, because the decommissioning plan that was in place is very narrow and just says, yeah, we'll take them down, or we'll take the infrastructure out of the ground, but we're not sure if it will be the same people who signed the agreement 6 years ago, if they're the same people that are gonna be here in 14 more years, so.
And what's the West Williams water?
That is carried over from previous water systems, so that is anything in the North Middlesex water system.
That we would be assessed for because we're on the other end of the drain or something? Or the-
No,
there's-
that was
there
money
are
that was
people.
that was money that was contributed for installing some of the water lines.
So there's some
So
properties
that's
It's
set
in
aside.
West Williams, but is it in our township
It's in-
now?
It will be our money, but it's the West Williams water system.
There are a few houses on the
Ah.
northwest corner of the township
the
that,
Kaiser area.
that
Right.
have
Tap.
pipeline,
Oh, they do?
Mhm.
but they
okay.
pay directly to
Yeah.
West Williams, or to North
To
Middlesex.
North
Oh,
Middlesex now.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions on the reserves?
This signs Mar for mayor, is that like, well, Dave, what's his name?
That was.
That was is that like the person Mar, or is that something else?
No,
What
that
is
was, Marilyn Buttrey was very generous and gave all of the municipalities in this area money towards a project selected by the mayor. So
Oh,
Mayor
okay.
Smith selected doing improved signage. We have a new logo and we have new signs approved. It's just, once the weather gets better, we'll get the signs in the ground.
Not 30.
So we will
So
rolling those out.
So to that-
hopefully by April.
So to that point, prior to being on council, I was at a meeting and there was something about doing the signage going into Kerwood and out of Kerwood, but then I noticed the county has put a sign up. So you're not gonna replace that, are you?
Not at this
No.
point.
No, not if it's
No,
already.
it's a brand new sign. We're not gonna ask them to take it
Exactly,
down, but we
okay.
did say don't put any more signs up without talking to
Yeah,
us. So,
like, exactly, okay.
yeah.
Alright, so that money there is not taxpayer money, that's been donated, okay.
Just a question on the transfer out and transfer in, right? So we had 120,000 in, 923,000 out. So the just explain that gas tax and stuff to me then.
So the gas tax is an annual funding amount. We receive it through from the federal government through AMO to this municipality. So we saved it up for a few years, and then once you start saving it, they say, why are you saving it? You should be spending our money. So it saved up, and then when it was put towards the Scotchmere Drive project to help offset the cost of that. So in 2019, that $90,000, that is a decision that council will make whether they want to put it into the gas tax fund and keep it until we can either apply it to Walkers. Walkers is going to be paved. That would be $90,000 that we could say we're applying to that.
So we'll technically start building it back.
We can either build it up and save it, but as we save it, then we have to add interest to it, and there are some rules. But if council so chooses and they want to help offset the $188,000 for Walkers, they can apply the full $90,000 to that project, and then there would be no reserve set up for this year.
Capital, I got that. And then road projects, we just decided to take some out of the reserve to work on.
That 176,000 was actually for the hay drain, which was supposed to have come out. So it's just to get the invoicing caught up to what came out of the reserve.
We see.
Yeah, so that was actually put aside for the hay drain. It says road projects, but that also includes some drain work that, as we raise the money, we want to make sure that the money raised matches when we spent it.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's good.
So the 176 came out before the invoice got paid, so it will catch up eventually.
Any other questions on the reserves?
Was the neighborhood watch it disbanded and the money ended up here, or they made a donation, or what happened?
Yes, both decided that there was no future for them, so they donated it to the municipality, and we set it aside. We called it neighborhood watch for lack of a better term, but when we put it into the reserve, it's more for community concerns, or if there's something if another program starts up, then we have some seed money to help out if another program happens to take its place, or there is a need for something in the community. Like you said about cameras, if there's something, if we find there's a concern about speeding in a certain area, we may invest in one of those electronic signals or a sign or something that says slow down, you're going too fast kind of thing. So,
I see.
Yeah, so that money is just set aside just to recognize that it's for a specific purpose. So.
Okay, so Kathy, right now, see on your desk that you have some information about tax rates and what it looks like right now with the.
So I didn't do an actual tax rate, but for council to keep in mind, last year the residential tax rate was 0.006914. If we apply that rate and the 2018 tax rates to the 29 assessment, we would raise $282,368 more. So the budget presented to you today is far over what we would raise in the additional room we get from the assessment increase. So it's just for your information that the tax rate will likely have to increase this year. That essentially, we've been fortunate we haven't had too big of an increase for the last few years, but you're probably looking at a tax increase due to mainly because we don't know what's happening with the OMPF, and then there's another 100 and some thousand out of our budget, and we had an increase in policing. So
just, you have a recap of last 4 years, what tax increase?
No, but I will get that for you. We generally, when we get closer to an actual number, start calculating it, because right now that number will be scary.
So that's sticker shock.
Yeah, it's sticker shock for all of us, I think. But it's just to get us to let you know that maintaining the tax rate at the same rate is not likely a viable option for 2019. And you see that all over most places. It's been an increase of some sort. So.
Well, the roads, the policing, all that costs money, right?
Yes. So, and there's just one more thing, and I meant to touch on it when we were talking about the administration budget. One thing that, as we talk about liability and taking on things, we have never tendered out the cleaning for the township hall since I've been here. It's always been just given to the lady that cleans it now. As well, we have the fire hall that the fire chief looks after. So I didn't know if council was interested in proceeding with getting some quotes and tenders to find out. Like right now, we provide all the liability insurance for the cleaner. and whether council would like to look at
What's
what's
that?
out
So
there.
backtrack that just a little bit, so you have a cleaner doing
The upstairs here,
here,
Yes.
and that's it.
yes.
So there's nothing else, not the fire hall or
No.
not anything else that we have.
So, and how much do you get, how much is the municipality paying for their liability insurance?
We pay her WSIB, we have to remit WSIB as a contractor, and then we're assuming all the liability through being a contractor.
Are you
for
happy
us.
with, like, I mean, is this I mean,
It's just something that we haven't done for a long time, so, and she doesn't do the downstairs, so that's always extra, so everything that's not upstairs is extra, so it does, if we have a meeting downstairs, or right now, because the renovations are done, it needs a good cleaning, so we need
So
to.
is that an extra? She
It's
bills
an
us
extra,
for?
yes, windows are extra, everything is extra on top of.
so she will do
cleaning.
what you ask, like, it's
Yeah.
not like you're
No.
not happy with who's
No.
doing it or anything.
Is it a local person?
From Stratford, yes.
I think
Just-
since I've been on council, it's never been tendered.
It was-
It's
I
never
don't
been.
believe it's
It
ever
was
been.
tendered before my daughter was married because she submitted a tender.
Yeah.
And she was like 18 and she's over 30 now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt because you know whether you're getting a good deal, bad deal, and a lot of places they have their own coverage
Yeah.
for all of that. And I don't think you want cleaners in the fire hall. I don't know that you want them mucking around in there, do you?
No, but actually,
Or do you?
I might for part of it, just because the company, well, they came in, of course, they want to sell stuff, but the price is so good that I can't give it up, really. So it's just for doing the washrooms.
So how often do you get that done?
We're not.
Oh, you're
I'm
not?
doing it
No,
now.
the fire chief is looking after that right now.
Oh,
So it would be only the meeting area and the washrooms and the little kitchen area.
Yeah,
It wouldn't
so
be
they
the
would do
entire
all the
fire
days
hall, it
and
would
all
only
that,
be
yeah.
just,
You
no,
don't
they
need
would
that
just do
Okay.
the maintenance of the general area.
and no one's doing it now,
Mhm.
and nobody's doing it now.
Me.
Well, that's what I mean, they're
Yeah.
doing everything. We know. Okay.
Do you want to?
Because how often would it, like if we contracted that out, is it like twice a month or is it once a week?
Well,
or
they
what
do
would
it
you-
once a month. They'll do it as many times as you want, but
Okay,
so I actually just got the quotes yesterday, and it's not much money.
so is it in your budget? I didn't see it in there. No?
I didn't put it in
Okay.
separately. I thought it would be under, there's a line in there, facilities,
Okay,
because the annual cost would be depending between $600 and $800.
yeah, so not a lot.
So that's an annual cost. So
Yeah.
that's,
That covers
I would
it.
think you'd want to, if we're in a tender, you'd want to tie it in.
Put it all in there, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
And how many times is this one done?
once a week.
Once a week. We can set it, you know, if the fire hall's good enough. What do you got, meetings every 2 weeks?
yeah, there's a lot of things going on in between time.
You
Okay.
rented it
That's
out
right,
too.
PNH,
So you probably need it once a week almost if we do.
well, it
Maybe
depends.
every other,
Every other, maybe.
yeah. So, so this company that you actually have a price from, do they provide their own insurance?
Oh, yeah, it's a huge global company.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
Citron.
I think if we're going to do a tender, we're better off not to
Yeah.
talk about a certain company and,
Yeah, yeah.
and price amounts, not type of thing. So,
No, I didn't want, I
yeah.
just wanted
Yeah.
a generic, that was just a question, do they have that coverage now?
And that's what we'd be asking for.
Yeah,
is
absolutely,
liability
because it doesn't
insurance
sound like
coverage.
it's unrealistic cost.
No, and I believe that shouldn't be.
Maybe you should
I mean,
have it.
we should look at both buildings.
Okay, so we need a motion to put that for tender.
I'll move it.
Okay, Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Hendricks. All those in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. Okay, Kathy, did you have anything else that you? Okay. Okay, is there anyone in council that has anything that they thought was going to be in the budget? Something you want to just talk about before we discuss next meeting dates? Anything that was missed?
It was all new to me, I guess.
Okay. Anything
You know
you
me,
heard
I'll
on-
have some questions after.
Anything you heard on the campaign trail over the last little while that you thought maybe needs to be in the budget? Nothing? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Let's talk about this. We got that in there.
No, we got the sidewalk,
Um,
the roads covered.
Okay, so Kathy, are you thinking another special meeting for the budget on its own, or are you thinking portion of council meetings, or?
We could think of like the hub discussion and then followed by budget, or do you wanna do it separate? I don't know, I mean, I'm here, it's not,
Well, I think we could do it.
we could link the two together.
Yeah.
Just
Possibly
Have two
after the 18th, once we know what the grass cutting is, because then we'll have that information for the budget. Because it's good, it's not going to be a huge change of anything, hopefully, so.
So the 18th will be a Monday, correct?
What month are you in?
I'm back the 3rd of April.
Oh.
That's really long. I don't know if you wanna leave discussions that long. I will have access to email where I am.
And also, would council like to set up a road tour to, before you make any final decisions, to just go out and see some of the projects that are being proposed, what's out there? And so we can have a stake for that.
I have no time before we go to have another meeting.
What day is it? Wednesday?
Yes, the 6th.
Yeah, sorry. I'll have a meeting every day, so I'm confused.
How many, just because I know when I'm gonna start doing it, like how many basically as a history, how many more budget, like do we
How many
go through
kicks at this do we do?
A couple
Yeah.
more kicks at the cat, basically, as a rule?
Yeah.
It all depends on council.
Mhm.
I would say, in my opinion, we should be doing one more kind of little, whatever the special meeting is where we discuss the hub and then go through the budget again. And then I think from there, we should be able to have a good direction where it's just part of a council meeting. That's just that's how I would like to see it done. Because if not, we're just going around in circles and circles and circles.
Well, we're gonna have to have a meeting for the grass cutting tenders and stuff while you're gone, correct?
Yeah, they.
Yeah, that'll be at the
So
regular
that's
meeting
the
on the
next
18th.
regular
Yes.
They have one until the 14th, you said?
They have till noon on the 14th to submit, and your report will be ready to you for the 18th.
Oh, okay.
That's why, so it's on your agenda for the Monday night.
You're back when?
The 3rd.
3rd of April.
Next month.
So I'm gonna miss the first meeting because we can't move it.
So are you
you're
comfortable with
missing
us
two
having
meetings?
one more in between and then you're at the final?
Yeah. Because I'll have the I'll get emailed the information, I'll send comments back to Kathy.
Sure.
I won't do a meeting online.
So should we look at another budget meeting in the 20th?
Of March? March, is that what you're saying? I'm in Toronto all that week.
Or
Conference.
or we could go the next week, because then if you're back the 3rd, we'll have to have one again by that second week of April, really, right, the final. Does that give you, like, is that enough time, 2 weeks in between each stage?
So on the 26th, we already have the fire meeting in Warwick on the Monday.
That's the Tuesday.
I'm sorry, the Tuesday. The
Yeah.
street calendar's a little off.
Oh, they start having one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a meeting on the night of the 25th, right?
No.
The 18th.
18th.
Oh, that's a different one, sorry.
And
So-
then the 1st,
So probably the 25th, 27th, or 28th would work for me.
So the 25th, I have a meeting somewhere else.
Okay. 27th?
27th at night, I have a meeting. So if you want to do a day.
Okay, that would work.
on the 27th?
I think I'm okay
So
with
Wednesday?
that.
Wednesday?
Yeah, I'll
Good
have
for
to
Wednesday?
change my work days. I'll
Do you
just
have
change
enough
it to,
notice? Yeah.
yeah, Monday and Tuesday, as long as I have enough notice.
Yeah, not Tuesday, because
Tuesday,
you're Warwick at
fire.
that fire
Yeah,
training, so.
that's Jack's birthday too.
So would we do 10 on the 27th in the morning?
So, does that work? Or do you want to?
It's up to council, I'm here, so.
I think that should work.
Yeah,
I think
10 a.m. on the 27th?
yeah, on the Wednesday.
And then.
What type of meeting is that?
So
The
this
strata plan type?
this is
thing?
going to
Be a hub discussion
and
and
budget.
budget review.
Okay.
And what information does council want to see on the agenda for the hub discussion? Or is it just are you wanting just to do like an open discussion as to thinking?
I
Do
think
not-
open and see what direction we end up
Well,
in.
we don't really have any numbers of it anyway,
No.
we just an open discussion.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, do we
That's
want
all.
staff to look into
Providing information.
If you had any information.
We
I don't
will
think
anyway,
have
we'll
it.
give us your input, we'll give our input and
Yeah.
we'll, you know, maybe give some options and what
Well, you know,
hot
actually, that
plus
should
and
be,
minuses of different, locations and different things, so.
give us your big.
We'll give our
view of
opinion.
What do you think
Sure.
of the works department?
We've-
I mean,
Sure.
Because our
We've
road
had,
works department
actually as
involved in
staff,
this.
we've already had,
Okay.
senior staff have had this discussion, so pulling together staff, you know, we'll be able to do that pretty quickly, so.
So, Councilor Brody, you also would like that part of the roads department
Well,
discussion as well?
just Jeff to say,
Weigh
you
in
know,
on it,
hey, look,
yeah.
you know, Napier Garage is done, we need to replace it. I mean, you're
Yeah.
just, we need to know that stuff as a 10-year
Okay. So just a big general discussion. Okay.
And do we need any information from Aaron or anything? Anybody can think of anything?
Oh, we'll,
Think fire. and all
we'll
the
probably
trees.
talk about that as a group, as senior managers, we'll sit down and discuss it
Oh, you
and
mentioned-
put it all together, yes.
Thank you.
That seems to work well for us internally, we like to sit down and discuss things, so,
And then is there a closed session at all on the 18th?
yes.
Okay.
It will be during the meeting though. Because we didn't set it at our last, we tried not to set a special time at a special meeting, so, on the 18th, we'll meet at 7, we'll do our committee of adjustment and everything, and then sometime during the meeting, we'll go into closed session. So we just part of the regular package. Or not part of the regular package, but part of the regular meeting.
So the label will be for legal litigious?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
good. More potential than that.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Then you want us to wait to set the last final budget meeting then?
Why don't we see how we make out on that day? Or do you need a heads up? Like when do you start getting busy?
I'll be alright in May's mine, so I'm okay in April, I can make
You're
some,
okay?
yeah.
But you'd be more geared to regular council meetings, even if
Yeah.
we started a little bit early, that would probably work better for you. starting in
Yeah,
April.
there may
If it was in
be
April
one
time.
in June or something, I mean, I just might not be able to make it.
I would think after the 27th, we could just have it part of the regular budget,
Yeah.
or regular meeting.
Yeah, no, I'll be good in April, I'm not that, where I can't get away with this.
Okay. The question, I don't know if it's to Jennifer or not, but, so from a governance standpoint, how many of us can be away for the meeting to not function?
I have to have 3 out of the 5 for quorum. If I have less than
Including the
3,
mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
so there's 5 of you, so it's 50% plus 1, so it'll be 3.
Yeah.
So you just need a motion for the.
Oh, we had a motion to set that meeting, which is the Wednesday, March 27th at 10 a.m. for a discussion of the community hub and also budget. Okay, that's moved by Deputy Mayor Hendricks and seconded by Councillor Brody. Is there anything else that we want in that meeting? Just because if not, we can't have anything else in there.
I think that'll be a lot.
Okay.
That'll be a lot to check.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Okay, all those in favor?
Because that'll include the park, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Opposed? And that's carried.
And any materials will be emailed out, so I can give some input if I.
Okay. So if that's everything, we just need a motion to adjourn at 2:53.
I'll move.
Councillor Clark and Councillor Brody. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
When are you